What if the price of admission to the afterlife was a trial more grotesque than any nightmare? What if your soul, that shimmering essence you clutch like a child's toy, had to endure horrors so profound that even the bravest knights would turn tail? Prepare yourself, friend, for the gates of the afterworld aren't as forgiving as a tavern keeper after a round of ale. No, the shadows whisper of trials, challenges that twist sanity and rip apart the very fabric of existence. Picture a coliseum of lost souls, where every breath is a gamble and laughter echoes with the chilling timbre of madness. Could you face the jester with a blade of bone, grinning like the devil himself, eager to snatch your wits away? These aren't just tests, they're games orchestrated by entities older than time, playing with your fate like a child with marbles. Every choice is a dagger, every decision a noose, tightening around your throat until you choke on the absurdity of it all. What if that sneaky old crone you scoffed at wasn't just a beggar? What if she held the key to your salvation, or your doom? In this maelstrom of paradoxes, laughter mingles with screams. An executioner with a penchant for puns delivers death sentences with a wink and a cackle, and the damned dance in circles, a macabre ballet of despair and humor that would make even the most stoic philosophers weep. Imagine grasping for clarity in this bedlam, a comedy, a tragedy, a riddle wrapped in a pun, all while juggling the weight of your own soul. The stakes? Your very essence on the line, a shiny coin tossed into a fountain of chaos. As the clock ticks down, the tension coils tighter, like a serpent poised to strike. You question your sanity. What would you barter for your freedom? A memory? A secret? Perhaps your laughter, which echoes like a ghost in this twisted carnival of death. What if the answer lay in the shadows of your past, lurking like a rabid wolf ready to pounce? Each trial is a mirror reflecting your worst fears. Will you confront the demon of regret, or will you flee, leaving your soul to rot in despair? The afterlife doesn't promise peace, it offers a stage where the absurd collides with the profound. So, ask yourself, are you prepared to step into this chaos, to laugh in the face of your fate? Or will you cower, letting fear consume you, while the rest of us gallivant through the twisted corridors of the afterlife, armed with nothing but our twisted sense of humor and a thirst for revelations? Dive into the unknown. Face the absurdities, the dangers, the riddles of existence. Because once you grasp the essence of what it means to pass through these trials, there's no turning back, only the dark, intoxicating pull of the abyss that calls to you like an ancient siren. The silence hung like a thick fog, wrapping around the chilling air of the ancient graveyard. I stood there, heart thundering, breath held, feeling the weight of 1,000 stares from the cracked tombstones that loomed like sentinels, guarding the memories of those long gone. Their names, etched in fading marble, whispered tales of lives once vibrant, now reduced to dust. In that moment, time felt suspended, an echo of lost souls drifting through the cool night. I remember the first time I glimpsed the abyss, the way it beckoned and terrified me in equal measure. Lila, my sister, stood beside me, her dark hair swirling like shadows in the moonlight. She was always the brave one, the dreamer. What if they can hear us, she mused, her eyes wide, reflecting the fear that danced like fireflies. What if they're just waiting for us to remember them? I chuckled nervously, dismissing her words with a wave of my hand, but deep down, I felt a chill. I wanted to believe in nothingness, an end to suffering, to pain. But Lila, with her unwavering belief in an afterlife, rattled my very core. Don't you ever wonder, Simon, she persisted, her voice trembling with a mix of hope and dread. What happens when we die? Do we float? Do we watch? Do we linger? I shuddered, the enormity of her question settling like lead in my stomach. I was only 16, but the depth of her inquiry clawed at me. Somewhere, in the depths of history, people had wrestled with these very thoughts, their own fears casting long shadows over civilizations. Cultures had risen and crumbled, all grappling with the haunting concept, the afterlife. And then, in the distance, the clock began to chime, each toll reverberating through the night like a hammer striking a nail into the coffin of certainty. It reminded me of the medieval townsfolk, huddled against the plague, clutching at their rosaries as death swept through like a thief in the night. If only they'd bath more often, I thought with a dark chuckle, but Lila wouldn't let me brush this off so easily. For her, the afterlife was a vibrant tapestry woven with belief and yearning, a place where her dreams might take flight. She imagined great feasts, laughter echoing in vast halls, souls dancing in the starlit sky. I wanted to laugh but couldn't. She would drag me into her visions like a child clutching a worn teddy bear, but I was the jaded one, coaxed by reality's cold embrace. "Look!" Her voice broke through my reverie as she pointed toward a flickering lantern in the distance, casting a dim glow over the gravestones. "Maybe they're trying to tell us something." I turned, my pulse racing. The lantern swayed like a pendulum, its flicker a beacon of something undefined. Hope? Despair? I couldn't tell anymore, the lines blurring like ink on damp paper. As we made our way toward the light, I felt the weight of history pressing down on me, a tapestry of emotions made tangible. The ancient Egyptians believed in the scales of Ma'at, where hearts were weighed against a feather to determine the soul's fate. The Greeks spoke of Hades, a shadowy realm where the souls drifted aimlessly, lost. And here we were, two kids standing at the crossroads of belief and skepticism, grappling with our own mortality, our futures. "Do you remember when Grandma told us about the ghost that roams the old mansion?" Lila's voice danced with a mix of laughter and fear. She said he was searching for something, someone he lost. I nodded, remembering how her eyes sparkled with excitement as she conjured tales of spirits and restless souls. It was absurd, yet intoxicating, this notion that life could extend beyond the grave. But then I thought of the darkness, of forgotten memories and empty spaces where laughter once lived. My chest tightened. Lila stopped suddenly, her eyes scanning the graveyard, wide and fearful. "Simon, what if they are unhappy? What if they're trapped?" Her voice trembled, the bravado slipping away like sand through fingers. "What if we're destined to be like them?" I could feel my heart racing, a drumbeat of fear. What if? What if? The question spiraled, wrapping around us like a noose. The lantern flickered in the wind, illuminating the path ahead, yet casting shadows that seemed to ride with a life of their own. "Maybe they're waiting," I said, my voice softer, more uncertain. "Maybe they want us to remember them." But my words felt hollow. I wanted to believe that memory was enough to bridge the gap between worlds, between life and the great unknown, but doubt gnawed at me. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught my eye. I turned, and there it was, a fleeting shadow slipping between the gravestones, a figure dressed in tattered clothes, head down, as if lost in thought or mourning. My heart stopped. "Lila?" I whispered, but she was already drawing closer, entranced. I wanted to pull her back, to shield her from whatever spectre haunted this place, but she was already drawn into the web of her own belief. Then, a whisper, a soft voice, barely audible. "Remember me, I remember," it wrapped around us like a chilling breeze, sending shivers down my spine. Lila's eyes widened, and I felt her grip tighten around my arm, her fear coursing through me like electricity. "What do they want?" I asked, my voice trembling, barely a whisper. But the shadow had vanished, leaving only the echo of its presence, haunting and unresolved. It was intoxicating, terrifying, this concept of the afterlife, of lingering souls desperate for remembrance, for closure. As we turned to leave the graveyard, the clock struck again, the sound reverberating like a heartbeat, a grim reminder that time was slipping away, and with it, our fleeting grasp on the certainty of existence. Lila was lost in her thoughts, contemplating realms unseen, while I wrestled with the gnawing fear that the afterlife was not just a promise but a curse. And as we stepped beyond the threshold of the graveyard, leaving behind the weight of the forgotten, I couldn't shake the feeling that history wasn't just a series of timelines and events, it was a living, breathing entity, filled with love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of meaning. Time would march on, but the echoes of those who came before would linger, reminding us of our mortality, our struggles, and the haunting beauty of what it means to be human. The night hung heavy, a suffocating shroud embroidered with stars that flickered like lost souls. I stood in the heart of an ancient city, the very stones beneath my feet pulsating with the whispers of those long gone. A chill crept into the marrow of my bones as I gazed upon the crumbling temple, its once majestic facade now but a shadow of glory, a haunting reminder of the lives it had cradled, the rituals it had witnessed. My heart raced, each beat a frenzied reminder of the lives that had once filled these streets, vibrant and alive, and yet now, only ghosts remained. I remember the day the oracle spoke. I remember the air crackling with tension, the weight of unspoken fears spiraling in the hearts of the gathered crowd. The sun hung low, casting an orange hue that blurred the line between the living and the dead. A woman, cloaked in tattered robes, stood before us, her eyes swirling pools of ancient wisdom and unfathomable sorrow. Her voice, a haunting melody, rang out, "The soul is the river that flows beyond death, diverging into shadows, into light." I remember the shivers that danced down my spine. Each word was a thread woven into the fabric of our existence, binding us to a belief that pulsed in the very air we breathed. Artemis, my dear friend, stood beside me, her gaze fierce, yet haunted, as if she were caught between worlds. She had always chased the horizon, seeking answers in the shimmering twilight. "What if we are more than this flesh?" she whispered, her breath ghostly. "What if our essence lingers, a whisper in the winds of time?" Her words dripped with a yearning that felt like a knife twisting in my chest. I could see it in her eyes, the struggle, the hope, the despair. For her, the soul was not just a concept, it was a promise of eternity, a desperate clutch at something more than this transient life. Then there was Thales, our childhood companion, whose laughter once echoed through these labyrinthine streets. Now, he stood shrouded in darkness, a stark contrast to the boy we knew. He had come to challenge our beliefs, to unravel the very fabric of our thoughts. "Look around you," he would say, his voice dripping with cynicism. "The gods have abandoned us. We are dust, mere whispers in a forgotten wind." His words pierced through Artemis and me, wrapping around our hearts like icy tendrils. The weight of his nihilism threatened to crush us, to suffocate our hope. As the oracle continued, shadows danced at the fringes of my vision, remnants of ancient rituals echoing through the night. I could almost hear the rhythmic chants of priests, the sacrificial fires crackling, illuminating the dark corners of the room where lost souls wandered in search of solace. I felt their presence, the palpable energy of lives lived and lost, the choices made and regretted. It was a haunting reminder that we are all but travelers, passing through this world, leaving behind echoes of our souls. I remember the moment I found the ancient scrolls, hidden beneath layers of dust, brittle and fragile, like the stories they contained. Each word I read reverberated through me, a chorus of voices from civilizations long gone. The Egyptians believed the heart weighed in the balance against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth. To them, the soul was a journey, a passage through the afterlife. I could almost hear their whispers, "What have you done? What have you become?" A cold sweat broke across my forehead as I thought of my own heart, heavy with regrets, weighed down by choices that had led me here, to this moment, standing on the precipice of belief. In the shadows of the temple, Artemis cried out, her voice a roar, jagged edge slicing through the silence. "What if we are nothing but echoes? What if our souls fade into the void?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and I felt the weight of her fear, the desperate plea for understanding. I reached for her hand, my fingers trembling, as if to anchor her to this reality. "No," I whispered fiercely, "the soul is not a fading echo. It is a flame, a burning light that travels across time." But Thales laughed, a sound devoid of joy. "And you think belief alone will save you? Your soul is a candle in the wind, flickering, ready to be snuffed out. Look around. Death claims us all." His words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating, as if the very shadows were closing in, ready to swallow us whole. My heart raced, a wild drumbeat of defiance against the tide of despair that threatened to wash over us. The air grew thick with tension as the oracle spoke again, her voice rising above our turmoil. "The soul is a mirror reflecting the truths we refuse to see. It is a vessel of our deepest fears, our wildest dreams." Each word was a hammer, pounding against the walls of our beliefs, shattering the illusions we clung to. I felt the truth of her words reverberate through the dark recesses of my mind, forcing me to confront the parts of myself I had buried deep. And in that moment, as the wind howled outside, I glanced at Artemis, her face a canvas of vulnerability and strength. "What if," I breathed, "instead of fighting against the shadows, we learned to dance with them? What if the soul is not just a destination, but a journey through darkness and light? Her eyes widened, the ember of hope igniting once more. I could hear the echo of laughter, the joyous cries of the living and the dead intertwining in a bittersweet symphony. I remembered the tales of the Aztecs, who believed the soul traveled through 9 realms, each one a battle to be fought, a lesson to be learned. The thought was intoxicating, a wild surge of emotion coursing through me. "We are not alone!" I shouted, my voice a battle cry against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, a tapestry of beliefs woven through time, a legacy of souls who had dared to dream. But even as I spoke, the shadows danced closer, taunting, whispering secrets that curled around us like smoke. Thales stood rigid, arms folded, eyes narrowed. "You're chasing phantoms," he hissed. "In the end, it's just us, flesh and bones, crumbling to dust." The air crackled with tension, a hurricane of emotion swirling around us, and I felt my heart pound louder, drowning out his cynicism. "Maybe," I admitted, my voice softer now, trembling with vulnerability, "but what if that dust is where our souls truly begin?" I could see the flicker of uncertainty in Artemis' eyes as she grappled with the weight of my words. The air was electric, charged with the lives of those who had walked this earth, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of existence. And as I looked up at the night sky, a tapestry of stars flickering above us, I couldn't help but wonder. What really lies beyond? What waits for us at the edge of the unknown? The question lingered like a ghost, haunting us, entwining our fate with the very fabric of belief itself. In this moment, we were not just 3 friends confronting the abyss, we were the embodiment of humanity's eternal struggle, our souls interwoven through time, whispering a shared truth that echoed through the ages. I remember the silence that followed, a silence heavy with possibility, trembling with the weight of unsaid words and unfulfilled dreams. The shadows closed in, yet we stood resolute, hearts pounding in unison as we faced the unknown, the fragile thread of belief connecting us to a cosmos that felt both vast and intimate. And as we held each other's gaze, I knew this was just the beginning, a moment suspended in time, echoing through the chambers of history, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. The weight of silence pressed down like a heavy stone. In the vast stillness of the darkened chamber, a flickering flame barely illuminated the faces of the dead. Heartbeats echoed in my chest, a rhythmic drumbeat of dread as I stepped forward, eyes wide. I could smell the damp earth, the decay of centuries woven into the fabric of this place, a sanctuary for the lost. I felt the presence of them, the souls who had come before me, their hopes and fears lingering like shadowy whispers, taunting and teasing. In the center of the room, a scale loomed, grand and ominous, its brass glinting in the dim light. On one side rested a heart, heavy and still, its rhythm silenced by the passage of time. On the other, a white feather, delicate as a wisp of smoke, untouched by the weight of sin. I remembered the words spoken to me, haunting and echoing, "Your heart will be weighed against Ma'at's feather. Only then shall you find your path." My hands trembled at the thought, and I looked down to see my own heart still beating, still uncertain. "Do you think it will go well for you?" came a voice from the shadows, rich and dripping with sarcasm. I turned, startled to find Nefertari, a woman of fire and despair. Her beauty was as sharp as a knife, but her eyes were darkened by the shadow of 1,000 regrets. She had once stood at the pinnacle of life, but now, surrounded by the remnants of her choices, there was only bitterness. "Your heart is full of love. Or is it guilt? Tell me, what weighs more?" Her laughter cut through the air, a chilling reminder of the choices we make, the consequences we bear. "I remember," I whispered, the words slipping from my lips like grains of sand. I remembered the laughter shared over warm meals, the glances exchanged under the stars. But those memories were tinged with the sharpness of loss, moments of joy clashing against the inevitable tide of sorrow. I was not alone in this. Nefertari's own memories danced behind her eyes. She had loved fiercely, but in the end, her ambition consumed her, leaving only ashes behind. "There was a time," she continued, voice thick with emotion, "when I thought I could conquer the world. I was the queen, the ruler of hearts and minds. But listen to me now, or a hollow shell, lost in the sands of time." Her voice wavered, a fragile thread holding her to this reality. What will you choose? Love or ambition? Because only one can guide you through the dark. The scale loomed closer, an abyss waiting to swallow me whole. My heart raced, a caged beast desperate for freedom. Would it be my love for my family? My passion for life? Or the weight of every unkind word, every act of selfishness that had led me to this moment? I was not perfect. I had stumbled through my days, leaving a trail of broken promises and shattered dreams. Do you think you're worthy? Nefertari pressed on, her voice now a haunting melody, wrapping around me like a noose. Worthy enough to pass the judgment? Or will you join the damned, wandering the shadows for eternity? A shiver danced down my spine, and I remembered the faces of those I had wronged, the friends I had taken for granted, the love I had pushed away in pursuit of hollow victories. Each memory is a weight, she murmured, her gaze piercing through the veil of darkness. And every mistake a chain. What will they say when your time comes? When Anubis weighs your heart against the feather? I fought against the swirling memories, each one a tide pulling me under. I remembered the laughter of my children, the night skies filled with dreams, but then the shadows crept in, each harsh word I had uttered, each time I had chosen ambition over love. They were whispers now, but their echoes clanged like iron chains, you are not enough. Nefertari stepped closer, her breath warm on my skin. You think you can hide from the truth? All your lies, your self-delusions, they will be laid bare before the gods. They see all. Her eyes glistened, the fire of her soul flickering dangerously close to extinguishing. You have only this moment, this breath. Will you fight for your heart? And there it was, the moment of reckoning. I felt the weight of my choices pressing down on me, each memory a pitiless stone. I took a step forward, heart racing, but then I hesitated. What if my heart was not enough? What if I was destined for the shadows, doomed to wander the desolate afterlife, forever haunted by the ghosts of my own making? In that instant, the scale creaked, and my eyes darted toward it. The heart pulsed, a reminder of life's fragility, while the feather beckoned with a delicate promise of purity, of truth. The air thrummed with tension, I could almost hear the heartbeat of the universe, a cosmic drum echoing the weight of existence itself. What if I fail? The question hung heavy between us, a noose tightening around my throat. Nefertari smiled, but it was a ghost of a smile, a fleeting shadow. Then you will learn. You will learn that every moment is a choice. Every heartbeat is a chance. Her voice softened, filled with an unexpected tenderness that pierced through my fear. Do not be afraid of the darkness. Embrace it. It is a part of you, just as much as the light. In that darkness, I found a flicker of hope. Perhaps it was the faintest glimmer, but it was enough to light the way. I took a deep breath, feeling the chill of the air wrap around me, a stark reminder of life's fragility. I approached the scale, every heartbeat a declaration of defiance against my own doubts. The world around me began to fade, the chamber dissolving into a sea of shadows and memories, swirling like smoke. I could feel the pulse of the universe, a heartbeat that resonated within me. The weight of my heart, the weight of my choices, all of it led me to this moment, this confrontation with my own soul. And as I stepped closer to the scale, I found myself not alone. Nefertari stood beside me, her presence a reminder of resilience in the face of despair. You are more than your mistakes, she whispered, the words wrapping around me like a lifeline. You are the sum of your choices and your love. Let that guide you. The scale awaited, but time seemed to warp and twist, moments stretching and collapsing like the very fabric of existence. My heart raced, the breath caught in my throat. Whatever lay ahead, I would not face it alone. With a final, shuddering breath, I stepped forward into the unknown, the shadows swirling like ghosts around us as the air crackled with the weight of destiny. The air was thick with the scent of decay, a miasma that clung to the lungs like a guilty secret. Shadows danced along the walls of Hades, and the whispers of souls echoed in the hollow chambers, as if the very air mourned. I stood at the precipice of the underworld, heart racing, blood pounding like a war drum against the stillness of death. I had never felt so alive as I did in those last moments before suffocation, where despair wrapped around me like a lover I couldn't shake off, a lover who cursed me with memories too painful to bear. I remember the first time I saw her. Persephone. She wandered through the fields of Elysium, light spilling from her like sunbeams through the leaves. Her laughter was a fragile thing, a melody that seemed to hang in the air like a ghostly echo. But here, in this realm of shadows and silence, that laughter morphed into something unrecognizable. I could see it etched on her face, the weight of loss pressing down on her shoulders. Each step she took in the dull, ashen landscape felt like a rebellion against the very nature of her existence, a struggle against the chains of grief that bound her to Hades. "Why do you linger here?" I asked her, voice trembling, barely a whisper beneath the heavy blanket of sorrow. "Why not flee to the light?" Her gaze pierced through me, raw and unfiltered. "To flee is to forget," she said, her voice a haunting melody that echoed through my mind. "And forgetting is the worse fate." Those words wrapped around my heart like barbed wire, cutting, slicing deeper into a wound I didn't know I had. In the distance, I could hear the wails of the damned, the souls that had lost their way, trapped in a purgatory of regret. They flitted in and out of sight like moths drawn to a flame, their faces twisted in anguish. Each cry was a reminder of my own failures, my own brush with death that had left me scarred and hollow. And then there was him, Orpheus. A name that once held power, now a ghost among the lost. His lyre, now silent, once wove tales of love that transcended even the infinite despair of loss. But here, he walked with head hung low, burdened by melodies of what could have been. The last note of his song hung in the air between us, a promise broken, a heart shattered into a million irretrievable pieces. "Have you come to save her?" I asked, a flicker of hope igniting within me. "Have you come to bring her back?" His eyes, once bright with the flame of hope, now mirrored the darkness around us. "How can a man save what has already been lost?" he murmured, the words heavy with the weight of 1,000 regrets. "I can play my songs, but they will not change her fate." The irony hung in the air, thick like the fog that enveloped the underworld. Here, we were all bound by the threads of our choices, trapped in a web spun from our own desires. I felt the pull of the past, memories clawing at the fringes of my consciousness, begging to be acknowledged, as if they were souls themselves, desperate for release. I remembered moments of laughter, of love, of those fleeting seconds when life felt eternal. The warmth of a hand in mine, the sweet taste of summer nights, the way the stars danced above in cosmic unity. But those memories came with a price, a reminder that in the light, shadows lurked, waiting to consume. "I can't let her go," Orpheus suddenly said, voice rising like a tempest, shaking the very foundation of Hades. "I can't," the walls trembled, and for a moment, I feared the underworld would crumble around us. The dread fates watched, their spindles moving with a rhythm I could hardly comprehend. We were mere puppets in their hands, and the strings were fraying, threatening to snap. "Then perhaps you are also trapped," I said, feeling the words resonate within me like the toll of a distant bell. "You are tethered to a memory that no longer exists." His breath hitched, and I could see the cracks beginning to form in his stoic facade. "And what of you?" he shot back, fury igniting his gaze. "What chains bind you to this place?" I turned my gaze to Persephone, her ethereal beauty now marred by sorrow. "I am bound by love," I murmured, the weight of the truth settling over me like a shroud. "And love can be a curse, binding us to memories we can never escape." The shadows shifted, and as I looked around, I saw the faces of the lost, each one a reflection of my own fears, my own regrets. Their eyes bore into me, pleading for recognition, for release. In that moment, I understood that the underworld was not just a physical realm, it was a manifestation of our inner demons, our deepest sorrows that refused to be silenced. The weight of each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a reminder of the choices I had made, the paths I had taken, the ones I had forsaken. I felt the universe shift, the stars above watching, indifferent to our struggles. And as I faced the abyss, I wondered if we were all just fragments of a greater design, doomed to wander this underworld of our own making. Persephone took a step toward me, a glimmer of understanding crossing her face. "To remember is to bear the burden of loss," she said softly. "But it's also to honor what was." Her hand reached out, fingers brushing against mine, igniting a spark that sent shockwaves through my very being. "Can we save any of them?" Orpheus whispered, his voice fragile, as if the very act of speaking could shatter the fragile hope that lingered between us. "Perhaps not," I replied, feeling the weight of inevitability. "But perhaps we can save ourselves." And as the darkness closed in, I felt the universe holding its breath, an echo of our collective histories, our shared pain, our desire to escape the inevitable fate that awaited us all. The journey here was not just for the dead, but for the living too, caught in the web of memories, shadows, and echoes of love lost. A heartbeat, then another. Time stretched and twisted like the roots of an ancient tree, and in that moment, we stood together in our shared sorrow, bound by the threads of fate. Each breath tinged with the sweetness of remembrance, each heartbeat a reminder that even in darkness, there's a flicker of light waiting to guide us home. In Hades, we were all lost souls searching for meaning, eternally entwined in the dance of love, loss, and the unyielding grip of time. The air hung thick with tension, a suffocating weight pressing down as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village into a twilight of shadows. I stood on the edge of the riverbank, heart racing, the murmur of the water a distant echo in my mind. A funeral pyre flickered ominously on the other side, flames licking the sky like hungry serpents. It wasn't just another death, it was a ripple in the fabric of my very existence. I could feel it, the invisible threads of karma tightening around my throat, choking me. I remembered the last time I had seen my sister, her laughter like a silver bell, bright and unyielding. That laughter haunted me now, every note a reminder of my failure. An untamed rebellion had driven me into the city, away from our sacred roots, away from the Dharma that had nurtured our lives. I had thought to seek freedom, to carve a path of my own, but what had I found? A void, a chasm where her spirit once danced. Oh, how I wished I could take it all back, but time, that cruel mistress, wouldn't allow it. Across the river, Rajan stood, a silent sentinel cloaked in grief. He had been my childhood friend, the innocent one who embraced the rules of Dharma with such fervor that it breathed life into him. Yet now, the shadows under his eyes told a different story, one of guilt, of choices unmade and words left unspoken. I could see him struggling with the weight of his own karma as he faced the body of our sister, his sister-in-law, the woman whose spirit still flickered like the flames that consumed her. "I should have been there," he whispered, the words ripping through the silence with jagged edges. If I had been there, maybe, but he didn't finish. The what-ifs hung heavy in the air, an unbearable burden that neither of us could bear to name. How could we reconcile our choices with the cruelty of fate? The universe was a restless sea, and we were but boats tossed by waves we could neither predict nor control. I stepped closer, drawn by an invisible thread, feeling the pulse of our shared history thrumming beneath my skin. "Rajan," I called, my voice barely breaking the surface of his despair. "We can't change what happened. But we can honor her. We can remember." But how could one remember when the very act of remembrance felt like betrayal? Every moment spent in happiness felt like a stain on her memory, a reminder of our failures. The flames danced higher, illuminating the faces of the mourners, each one a mask of sorrow, of regret, of love lost that festered like an untreated wound. A sharp intake of breath pulled my gaze to the river, where the water swirled with dark, unrecognizable shapes. Was it my imagination, or was the current whispering secrets? Karma, it seemed to say, is always watching. It will find you. I shivered, my heart racing as I recalled the stories our grandmother told us, tales of souls wandering the earth, tethered to their unresolved earthly dilemmas. I could almost see her ghost, a spectre in the mist, shaking her head with disapproval. Do you think she's gone?" Rajan's voice trembled, fragile as glass. The question hung in the air, heavy and glimmering with despair. I wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but my hands felt tied, bound by the very Dharma I had spurned. "She's not gone," I insisted, though even I wasn't sure. "She's here, in the memories we hold, in the lives we lead. Our actions matter, Rajan. They shape the future." The words felt hollow, as though they were echoing in a vast, empty chamber. I knew the truth, our choices were a chain, forging links that bound us to this moment, to this pain. The night deepened around us, shadows elongating, twisting like phantoms of our past. I could feel them crawling up my spine, gripping my heart, reminding me of everything I had abandoned in the name of freedom. I looked back across the river, and the flames roared higher, as if demanding our attention, demanding our respect. Each flicker was a heartbeat, a testament to her life, her love that would not be extinguished. "We must act," I said, a sudden rush of determination flooding through me. "We must remember her in the choices we make, the way we live." Rajan's eyes darkened, caught in the tumult of his own fears and desires. "What if I fail again? What if my choices only lead to more suffering?" His voice cracked, the weight of his doubt spilling over like the river's edge. "Then we face it together," I replied fiercely, my heart igniting with the fire of conviction. "We take every mistake, every regret, and we mold it into something beautiful. That is our karma, our duty." The night was thick with emotion, the air electric as we stood on that precipice between despair and hope. I could feel the universe shifting, a tremor in the fabric of reality as if it were leaning closer, listening. The memories of our sister flickered in the flames, her laughter mingling with the crackle of wood, her spirit intertwining with the Dharma we still clung to, whether we wanted to or not. And as the fire blazed higher, illuminating the darkness around us, I felt a sense of purpose blossom within my chest. I remembered the dreams that had haunted me, the visions of a life lived in balance, of karma repaid with love rather than sorrow. I was ready to face whatever awaited us, to walk the tightrope of Dharma and karma with Rajan by my side. In that moment, time felt suspended, a fragile crystal teetering on the edge of a blade. I could almost hear the faint ticking of a clock, each second a reminder that life was fleeting, that every heartbeat mattered. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows, a cacophony of light and darkness, and I knew this moment was just the beginning, the thin veil between our past and whatever nightmare or dream awaited us in the cycle yet to come. And so, we stood, two flawed souls bound by love and pain, on the edge of our destinies, with the universe watching, ready to carve our fates in the ashes of our sister's sacrifice. The wind howled through the narrow streets, a haunting song that echoed like a funeral dirge, carrying with it the scent of decay and desperation. Shadows danced along brick walls, twisting and contorting in the flickering light of a single candle, casting a shape, a figure, a soul on the verge of collapse. I stood there, breathless, my heart pounding against my ribs, a drum signaling the end of everything I once held sacred. "Help me," a voice broke through the darkness, soaked in anguish. It was Mara, her eyes wide, filled with unshed tears, her breath hitching as her fingers trembled against the cool stone. She was always the brave one, the light in the darkness. But tonight, darkness had found its way into her heart, gnawing at the edges like a ravenous beast. "I can't do this anymore," she whispered, and in that moment, I felt the weight of her despair, anchoring me to the ground. For years, we had chased the illusion of peace, a promise painted in the vivid colors of enlightenment. Yet here we were, on the brink of an abyss, staring into the endless nothingness of doubt. Beside her, Chandra stood, a silent pillar, yet internally crumbling. He rubbed the back of his neck, his usual calm demeanor unraveling like a fraying thread. "We can't give up," he insisted, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. I saw it then, the flicker of disbelief in his eyes, the conflict that tore at his soul. He had always been our protector, the one who spoke of the four noble truths, of suffering and the path away from it. But now, as Mara trembled beside him, I realized that even he, with his unwavering faith, felt the pull of despair. I remember the night we found solace under the stars, the laughter spilling out like the light from the moon, painting our dreams against the vast canvas of the universe. But tonight, the cosmos felt indifferent, swirling above us, a million stars shining coldly. "Why is it so hard?" Mara's voice quivered, a plea that sliced through the air. "Why can't I find peace?" She looked at me, searching, desperate, as if I held the key to her torment. The truth was, I too was lost, drowning in the same restless sea that had engulfed her. Time was a fickle beast, its hand spinning wildly, unyielding. I could almost hear the ticking of a clock, each second dragging us deeper into our own suffering. "Maybe," I murmured, "maybe we're searching for something that doesn't exist." The words tasted bitter on my tongue, but they rang true. How could we chase the elusive shadow of nirvana when we were shackled by the weight of our imperfections, our fears? Chandra's face paled, his lips pressing into a thin line. "You don't mean that," he replied, but I saw the doubt creeping in, his faith cracking under the pressure of reality. "We're meant to transcend this," he insisted, but the fervor in his voice felt like an echo of a past life, a haunting reminder of the hope that once burned brightly within him. Mara stepped back, her shoulders curling inward as if the world had turned its back on her. "What if we're meant to suffer?" she asked, her voice a whisper that hung in the air like smoke. "What if this is all we are?" The question lingered, heavy and suffocating. We stood there, frozen, caught in the web of our own anguish, each heartbeat a reminder of our fragility. The walls around us seemed to close in, the shadows deepening, the air thickening with unspoken words. I could feel the weight of history pressing down upon us, the echoes of countless seekers before us, each one desperate for liberation, each one stumbling through the darkness. "What if," I said, my voice trembling, "what if we are meant to feel this pain? To embrace it?" My heart raced, the fear of my own vulnerability clawing at me. Mara's eyes met mine, a spark of understanding igniting in the depths of her despair. "You think we should just accept it?" she asked, her voice trembling, a fragile hope threading through the darkness. I nodded, the truth spilling from my lips like a confession. What if the path to enlightenment isn't about escaping pain, but about walking hand in hand with it? Chandra's breath caught in his throat, the realization dawning upon him with the force of a tidal wave. "To find peace within the storm," he murmured, his voice a soft reverberation of acceptance. The shadows around us shifted, the darkness no longer feeling so oppressive. It was a moment of clarity, a flicker of light in a cavernous void. But the moment was fleeting, and the shadows returned, wrapping around us like a shroud. "What do we do now?" Mara asked, the fear creeping back, clawing at the edges of her heart. I didn't have an answer, the weight of uncertainty bore down on me like a tombstone. "We keep walking," I replied, though even I could hardly believe the words as they tumbled out. Somewhere in the distance, a clock chimed, its sound a haunting reminder of the passage of time. We were still bound by our own suffering, yet in that moment, a fragile thread of connection wove us together. The path to nirvana wasn't a straight road, it was a labyrinth, fraught with pain and pleasure, joy and sorrow. I remembered the teachings, the countless whispers of sages long gone, and their words felt like ghostly hands guiding us onward. I could feel the warmth of Mara's hand in mine, the tremor of Chandra's breath beside me. We were entwined in our shared humanity, each of us a flickering flame against the encroaching night. And so we stood, breathless in the stillness, hearts echoing the truth of our existence, the beauty and ugliness intertwined, a dance of shadows and light. The night was alive, electric with the pulsating rhythm of our fears and hopes. And as we took a step into the unknown, I felt something shift deep within me, a flicker of resolve. The journey toward enlightenment was not a destination, it was a continuous flow of acceptance, a winding road that led us further into the depths of our own souls. And so we walked on, into the darkness, our footsteps whispering promises of liberation, unsure but united, the path unfolding before us like a tapestry of dreams yet to be woven. The air hummed with a tension that felt like the universe itself was holding its breath. The shadows danced, twisting into grotesque shapes on the ancient stone walls, as Myra stood at the threshold, heart pounding, palms clammy. The Temple of Echoes loomed before her, a colossal monument to forgotten gods and whispered prayers. The whispers were louder now, calling her name, mingling with the relentless thrum of her fear. Myra, they beckoned, twisting into the fabric of her soul, reminding her of the choices she had made, the paths she had crossed. She could almost taste the bitter tang of regret on her tongue, a stinging reminder of the night she had lost all she held dear. It was the same regret that had sent her spiraling into this chilling place, where the old myths wove themselves into the very air, thick with memories of trials and tribulations, a labyrinth of the afterlife's darkest recesses. Myra felt a presence beside her. It was Kellen, his breath shallow, eyes wide, a mirror of her own turmoil. He had always been the braver of the two, the one who laughed in the face of danger, yet now he stood frozen, the ghost of the past clawing at him like a vengeful spectre. "We shouldn't be here," he whispered, his voice strained, a chord vibrating in the silence. The irony hung heavy between them, they had chased their dreams into this den of despair, seeking answers that were never meant for the living. "Do you remember the stories?" Myra's voice trembled, the memories flooding back like a wild river, an unstoppable current threatening to drown her. The tales of the souls who faced their trials. "Not now," he hissed, the urgency in his voice cutting through her like a blade. But she couldn't stop. "I remember the ones who were judged by the weight of their hearts," she continued, the words spilling out, unruly and passionate. "The ones who had to face the shadows of their choices, the lost, the broken, the damned. They wore their sins like chains, heavy and unforgiving." "Stop," Kellen pleaded, his eyes narrowing, a storm brewing within. But Myra could sense it, the pull of the myths, the undeniable gravity drawing her deeper into the abyss. Each legend was a thread weaving their fates together, a dark tapestry that hinted at the trials ahead. She closed her eyes, her mind drifting back to the stories her grandmother used to tell. Tales of Charon, the ferryman, and the spectral shores of the underworld. She could almost hear the distant echoes of laughter mixed with the cries of despair, the eternal dance of life and death. "It's not just stories, Kellen. These are warnings. They're maps to the trials we'll face if we don't turn back." But Kellen could only stare, his face a mask of anguish. He had lost his sister to the void, a gaping wound that would never heal. Each heartbeat was a reminder, a staccato of grief playing on repeat, taunting him. "And what if those myths are wrong?" he shot back, anger flaring in the depths of his sorrow. "What if we're just chasing shadows?" "Then we'll face those shadows together," she replied, her voice steadying. "We have to believe. We have to fight." At that moment, a chill swept through the temple, a whisper of something ancient and knowing. The wall shuddered, and a figure emerged, a wraith, cloaked in darkness, its eyes like voids, devouring light. "You seek the truth," it rasped, voice like crumbling stone. "But truth often wears a mask. Are you prepared to shed your own?" Myra's heart raced. This was the trial she had feared. "We are," she declared, though uncertainty gnawed at her gut. Kellen's hand found hers, squeezing tight, an anchor in the chaos, but the fear in his eyes betrayed his resolve. The wraith beckoned, and the air crackled with energy. "Then step forward, children of flesh. Your hearts will be weighed. The myths you cherish will become your curse or your salvation." Myra's breath hitched, the gravity of the moment crashing over her like a tidal wave. "Kellen, hold on to me," she whispered, her voice barely a tremor. The wraith dissolved into mist, swirling around them, filling the space with an eerie light that flickered like dying stars. Together, they stepped forward, into the unknown, their pasts colliding, memories swirling like a tempest. Each footfall echoed with the whispers of those who had come before, those who had faced their sins, their regrets, their own shattered dreams. "Is this where we find redemption?" Kellen asked, his voice a fragile thread, barely holding together. The temple loomed larger, more ominous, like a beast awakening from slumber, ready to swallow them whole. Myra's thoughts turned to the sacrifices they had made, the shadows that had chased them. "It has to be," she murmured, though doubt slithered like a snake in her mind. It has to be, but deep inside, she felt the weight of the truths yet to be revealed, the burdens yet to be borne. Each heartbeat echoed the ancient mythology that surrounded them, a relentless reminder that the afterlife was not a destination but a journey of trials that would test the very essence of their being. As they pressed forward, the air thickened, shadows creeping closer, whispering secrets only they could hear. The echoes of their pasts echoed louder, and Myra felt the relentless grip of fate tightening around her throat. I remember when we thought we could outrun our ghosts," she breathed, the chilling realization settling in. Kellen squeezed her hand tighter, as if afraid to let go, but the darkness swirled around them, hungry and insatiable. The clock of their lives ticked louder, each second a reminder of the choices they had made, the paths they had taken. And as they stepped deeper into the unknown, they knew this was only the beginning. The air hung heavy with the scent of ash and smoke, curling into the corners of a world where shadows breathed. A fire flickered in the depths of the night, casting ghostly shapes that danced across the stone walls, and in that moment, I could feel the pulse of fear mingling with the flicker of hope. It was a moment caught between life and death, where the lines blurred like the edges of a dream fading into dawn. I remember when my grandmother told me about the bridge, the Chinvat bridge. "You'll walk it one day, my dear," she said, her eyes sparkling with the madness of belief. "On the other side, the souls await their judgment." I had laughed then, the kind of laughter that sounds like glass shattering. I didn't believe her. Not then, not in the suffocating silence of the room where the dead lingered, where the weight of her words hung like a noose around my neck. But now, standing in the ruins of what once was a sacred space, my heart raced with the undeniable truth of her prophecy. I felt the chill crawl beneath my skin as I stared into the abyss that beckoned. Would my soul find solace or despair? Would I cross the bridge, or would I be swallowed by the void? A figure emerged from the smoke, Asha, my sister, her dark hair framing a face twisted with grief and anger. "You can't let them take him," she cried, her voice a roar wound against the night. Our brother, Cave, had been snatched from us, his laughter silenced, his spirit stolen. They said it was the work of dark forces, of Ahriman, lurking in the shadows, waiting to drag the unwary into endless night. "I'm not going to lose him. Not again." The firelight danced menacingly across her face, illuminating the wildness in her eyes. For a moment, I saw our memories flash behind her gaze, the day we ran barefoot through the fields, the sun warming our skin, the laughter that echoed in those innocent moments. But now, all that remained was a haunting silence, a void where joy had once thrived. "Asha, stop! That's not how it works." The word slipped from my lips, trembling with urgency, as if the truth could shatter our fragile reality. Zoroastrianism teaches us that the soul is eternal, but there are rules. We can't just charge into the dark. It felt futile, my voice a whisper against the roar of her desperation. She turned to me, eyes ablaze with a fierce determination and a shiver of doubt. "You think I care about rules? About some ancient texts? Our brother is gone, and if I have to bargain with the demons themselves, I will. I will not let him rot in the underworld." Her passion ignited a fire within me, a spark I had long buried beneath layers of reality. Memories of our childhood flickered through my mind, moments when we felt invincible, when the myths and legends we grew up with were simply stories meant to frighten us into obedience. But now, they felt like chains binding us to a fate we could not escape. I hesitated, searching for a thread to pull us back. I remember the tales of Ahura Mazda, the light, the truth. They say he watches over the souls, guiding them to their fate. Cave is not lost, Asha, he's in the hands of the divine. The words fell heavy on my tongue, tasting of both comfort and despair. Her breath hitched, caught in a web of hope and fear. And if he fails the judgment? The question hung between us, a spectre clothed in uncertainty. What if he is cast into the abyss? The truth clawed at my throat. The Chinvat bridge, stretched across tumultuous waters, where the souls of the righteous passed without hindrance, while the wicked fell into darkness. "What if," I whispered, "what if he faces the demons, and they tear him apart?" Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a mirror of my own despair. In that moment, I saw the fragility of our existence, the way we danced along the edge of oblivion. The haunting stories of the afterlife, of fire and ice, of joy and torment, twisted into our minds like a vine choking the life from a garden once vibrant. Time slipped away, each heartbeat a reminder of our mortality. I could feel the stars pressing down upon us, ancient witnesses to our suffering, their light a flicker against the vast void. The very cosmos seemed to echo with the whispers of the souls long past. What if we could summon him? What if we could reach into the shadows and pull him back? Asha's voice trembled, a desperate plea spiraling into the night, a call to arms against the inevitable. The thought ignited a fire deep within me. I had heard the old tales, the incantations that could awaken the dead, the rituals that could bind the living to the realms beyond. But with every spark of hope, a dark shadow loomed, a reminder that the world was governed by the balance of good and evil, the eternal struggle between Ahura Mazda and Ahriman. To meddle with the threads of life and death was a perilous game, and as we stood at the edge of the unknown, I could almost hear the echoes of the past laughing at our folly. I reached for Asha's hand, the warmth grounding me in the chaos. Together, we can face whatever lies ahead. We'll cross the bridge if we must. But let's not do it alone. The night thickened around us, the weight of the darkness palpable. We were caught in a maelstrom, swirling with the fears of the living and the echoes of the departed. A pulse of uncertainty surged through me as I caught a glimpse of shadows shifting at the edge of our vision, lurking just beyond the firelight. What awaited us in the depths of the night? Would we emerge from the darkness, souls intact, or would we become mere whispers, lost against the timeless tide of existence? The question spun in my mind, a relentless storm, as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for our next move. And there it was, the bridge, shimmering in the distance, a haunting promise of judgment and salvation. The cosmos twisted around it, stars blinking in anxious anticipation. I felt myself drawn toward it, a moth to the flame, and in that moment, I realized this was only the beginning, a prelude to a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of our beliefs. Together, we would face whatever awaited us, the shadows and light intertwined, the ghosts of our past guiding us forward. And as the fire flickered behind us, casting its last glow against the encroaching night, we stepped into the unknown, hearts racing, souls alight with the promise of what lay beyond. The church bells toll, their echoes slicing through the heavy air like jagged glass. In a dimly lit chapel, the flickering candlelight dances wildly, casting ghostly shadows. I can't breathe. I'm not sure if it's the weight of my sins or the cold, damp air that grips my throat. I stand at the altar, heart pounding, every heartbeat a relentless reminder of what I've done. I'm trapped, caught between the sacred and the profane. "Forgive me, Father," I whisper, but the words die in my throat, shriveled like leaves in autumn. The confession booth looms, a gaping maw where shadows twist and writhe, and I remember Daniel's face as it twisted in pain, the betrayal etched deep into his eyes. I remember the way his blood pooled on the ground, dark and glistening like spilled ink, staining the earth forever. His laughter haunts me still, echoing through the empty corridors of my mind like a cruel mockery. The door creaks open. There stands Father Michael, a man with a heart of gold and eyes like storm clouds. He's seen too much, suffered too much. His hands tremble as he beckons me forward. "You must confess," he urges, but I can see the fear in his gaze. He knows I am a tempest, a swirling vortex of chaos. "You must seek redemption." Redemption. The word is an avalanche, a weight that crushes my soul. I remember the night everything changed, the fire in my chest, the anger bursting forth like a dam breaking. I was so lost in the heat of it all that I couldn't see the destruction in my wake. I was a monster, a sinner. I had taken everything from Daniel, and now he was gone, leaving nothing but silence and a hollow ache in my chest. The chapel's walls close in around me. They whisper secrets I can't bear to hear. I can almost feel the weight of the crucifix above me, pressing down like a judgment. "You must atone," Father Michael says, his voice trembling with an urgency that fills the room. "You must find your way back to the light." But how? How could I possibly claw my way back from the depths of this abyss? I clutch the edge of the altar, knuckles white, feeling the rough wood bite into my palms. I can't, I choke out. I can't forgive myself. A figure shifts in the shadows, Sarah. My sister, my anchor, the only one who ever believed in me. She stands at the back of the chapel, eyes glistening like stars in a midnight sky, filled with fear and a desperate hope. "You can," she whispers, her voice like a soothing balm. "You can do this. You have to." But the ghosts of my past scream louder. I remember the darkness that seeped into our lives, the whispers of hatred, the judgment that rolled off tongues like venom. Each word carved a mark on my heart, each sneer a reminder of my failings. I am a sin, a walking testament to everything that is wrong. And yet, as I lock eyes with Sarah, I feel a flicker of something, maybe hope. No, it's just the frantic gasps of desperation. "Daniel," I breathe, the name spilling from my lips like poison. "He deserved better." "Then make it right," she implores, stepping closer, the light catching her hair, illuminating her like a saint. "You have to make it right." But the shadows swirl around me, wrapping tight, suffocating. I see the faces of those I've wronged, Daniel's parents, hollow-eyed and broken. They haunt my dreams, their cries piercing the night, gnawing at my sanity. Their grief is a weight, a stone dragging me down while I flail in search of air. I am drowning in my choices, and the water is dark and unforgiving. Forgive me, Father, I whisper again, but the confession feels inadequate, a mere flicker in the vast expanse of my remorse. I can feel Father Michael's gaze on me, heavy with expectation, but I am trapped in a cycle of despair. Each second that ticks by is a reminder of my failures, a countdown to an inevitable reckoning. Live without regret, he urges, but how can I, when regret wraps around me like chains? I remember the night I chose anger over compassion, vengeance over love. I remember the heat of the moment, the blind rage that poured into my veins like fire. I was a puppet in a tragic play, and now the curtain has fallen, leaving me alone on the stage, exposed, vulnerable. Please, I beg, voice cracking, show me how to find my way back. Father Michael steps closer, his presence a beacon in the encroaching darkness. You must confront your demons, he says, each word deliberate. You carry the weight of sin, but within that weight lies the possibility of redemption. The words hang heavy in the air, and I can feel the truth of them vibrating deep within my bones. Redemption, a shimmering hope wrapped in the abyss of my despair. Can I reach for it? Can I brave the storm that rages within? Daniel, I murmur, visions of his smile flooding my mind, a simple, genuine joy. I can almost hear his laughter mingling with the wind, a sweet echo of innocence lost. What if he were here? I ask, desperation curling in my throat. What would he say? Live, Sarah whispers, eyes wide and pleading. He would want you to live. That flicker of hope ignites a fire in my chest, a pulse of determination that surges through my veins. I can't erase the past, can't unwrite the story that has already unfolded, but I can choose my next chapter. I can choose to step into the light, to embrace the pain and let it transform me. The church bells chime again, louder this time, the sound reverberating through my bones. I take a deep breath, anchoring myself in the present, the air thick with unspoken promises. The journey ahead is treacherous, a path fraught with shadows, but I can feel the flicker of hope growing brighter, illuminating the way. Forgive me, Father, I say once more, and this time, I mean it. Each word spills forth like a prayer, a desperate plea for understanding. I sink my fingers into the altar and feel the warmth of the wood beneath my touch. I am ready to face what lies ahead. I am ready for redemption. And as I lock eyes with Sarah, a silent promise passes between us. I will do this. I will find my way back to the light, no matter how dark the road may be. The shadows whisper, but I'll learn to silence them. Today, I take the first step. The sky above was an indigo canvas, littered with stars that flickered like distant whispers of forgotten dreams. The air was thick with a tension that coiled around the heart, a sensation as if the world paused on the edge of a breath. The city lay shrouded in an eerie silence, save for the distant echo of footsteps that rang through the narrow alleys, each step a drumbeat of impending dread. I remember the moment when the earth trembled beneath us, a subtle yet profound shiver, as if the very ground was holding its breath, waiting for the moment when judgment would pour like rain. My heart raced, thumping wildly against my ribcage like a caged bird desperate for flight. I turned to Omar, his eyes wide and filled with a mixture of terror and disbelief, and I could see the fissures in his resolve. He was a man of faith, yet in this moment, even his unwavering belief wavered. Is this it? He whispered, voice trembling as if the sound could shatter the fragile tranquility that hung in the air. Is this the day of judgment? In that instant, I felt a shroud of despair enveloping us both. Time twisted around us, a relentless spiral that dragged us deeper into our fears. I could almost hear the echoes of our past selves, a haunting chorus of laughter and love, now silenced by the weight of uncertainty. Overhead, the clock tower struck midnight, its chimes resonating like a tolling bell, each note a reminder of our own mortality, of the choices that had led us here. The streets were empty, yet I could feel the presence of countless souls, shadows of those who had walked before, their stories hanging in the air like smoke. They bore witness to our plight, their breath mingling with ours, a chilling reminder that we were not alone. I thought of Layla, my sister, who had always believed in the goodness of humanity, the light that could pierce through the darkest night. But tonight, that light flickered, dimmed by the weight of our fears. Layla would have been here, I whispered into the stillness, feeling the weight of her absence like a blade in my chest. The image of her laughing, her voice a melodic breeze, danced through my mind, a fleeting reminder of hope. But the laughter faded, swallowed by the shadows that loomed over us, silence replacing the joy that had once filled our lives. Omar's gaze drifted toward the horizon, his eyes narrowing as if he sought answers from the stars. "Do you think we are ready?" he asked, and the question hung in the air like a specter. Ready for what? For the reckoning to come? For our souls to be laid bare, exposed to the judgment of the unseen? I felt a shiver snake down my spine as memories flooded through me in moments of regret, of love lost and found, the choices that had defined us. Each decision weighed heavily, an anchor pulling us deeper into the abyss. I remembered my father's voice, a gentle reminder of faith and responsibility, of the trials we would face. "Be true to yourself," he had said, his eyes shining with an intensity that echoed through time. "In the end, it's your soul that will be judged." But what if my soul was found wanting? What if Layla's light was extinguished before it ever had the chance to shine? The thought was like a knife twisting in my heart, and I felt the tears prick at the corners of my eyes. I blinked furiously, unwilling to let despair have its way. The night deepened, shrouded in a cloak of uncertainty, and with it came the echoes of the past, my childhood dreams, the laughter that once filled our home, the warmth of a mother's embrace. Each memory was a ghost that taunted me, reminding me of the fleeting nature of life. I could almost hear their whispers, urging me to remember, to hold on to the remnants of what once was. Omar stood beside me, a pillar of resolve yet trembling at the core. "We must face it, whatever it is," he said, his voice steadier now, as if he had found some semblance of courage in the face of our impending doom. "Whatever awaits us, we will face it together." Together! The word clung to the air, a fragile thread binding us against the unknown. I nodded, and even as fear clawed at my insides, a flicker of hope ignited. We were not alone, and perhaps that was enough. Perhaps the bonds we forged in life, the love we cherished, would carry us through the trials yet to come. The darkness shifted, shadows morphing into forms that danced just out of reach, like figments of our imagination, teasing us with visions of what lay ahead. The ground quaked again, a deeper tremor that reverberated through the fabric of existence. I could feel the weight of every soul around us, a cacophony of hopes and fears merging into a singular pulse, the heartbeat of humanity echoed in our own. "Are you ready to face your soul?" a voice whispered from the shadows, disembodied yet intimate, a chill creeping through the air as if the cosmos itself had turned its gaze upon us. I felt my heart race, each beat drumming a warning. The trials were not merely external, they would strip away our facades, lay bare our innermost selves. I thought of my sins, the small betrayals and larger failures, the moments I had chosen darkness over light. Would I stand condemned? Would Layla? Omar turned to me, his eyes fierce with determination but tinged with fear. "We must hold on to each other," he said. "In the end, it's all we have." I reached for his hand, fingers intertwining, a lifeline in the turbulent sea of uncertainty. And as we stood together, the shadows shifted, the stars flickered, and the world held its breath, waiting for the reckoning to begin. A bone-chilling wind swept through the hollow trees, making the branches shake like skeletal fingers clawing at the air. The moon hung low, casting an eerie glow over the clearing where the pulse of the earth thrummed beneath my feet. I stood there, heart racing, blood roaring in my ears, the silence of the night a living thing, pressing against me, suffocating yet intoxicating. A scent twisted through the air, a mixture of damp earth and something ancient, something almost sacred. It pulled me in, deeper into the heart of the forest, deeper into a world where spirits lingered, where the veil between life and death blurred into a haunting dance. I remembered the stories. I remembered the warnings from my grandmother, her voice trembling as she spoke of the ancestral spirits, the guardians of our lineage, the whispers of the dead threading through our lives. "They watch, they wait," she'd say, her eyes wide, glistening with fear and reverence. Now, as I stood with my brother, Samuel, I felt her words pulse in my veins like a drumbeat, urging me to remember what was at stake. The moonlight illuminated his face, twisted in a mask of defiance and dread. "We have to do this, Mara," he murmured, his breath visible in the cold, shaky like the leaves above us. It was a plea, a command, a cry for courage born from desperation. But courage felt distant, a fragile thing slipping through my fingers. I could almost hear the lamentations of the spirits, the echoes of lost souls that roamed this sacred ground. They were not just phantoms of the past, they were the weight of our history, the hopes and sorrows of those who came before us. My heart leapt into my throat. What if they don't want to help us? I whispered, the words escaping like a prayer, more fear than faith. Samuel turned, eyes smoldering, a mix of anger and anguish. They have to. They owe us that much. The night thickened, shadows stretching, dancing, as if mocking our hesitation. How could I explain that I felt the presence of our ancestors around us, their pain intertwined with our own? The loss, the grief, it hung in the air like a shroud, and I could sense their yearning to be remembered, to be honored. I thought of our mother, how she'd often sit by the fire, her stories weaving magic into our lives, each tale a thread binding us to our past. But death had taken her too soon, and now, as we faced the unknown, I felt her absence like a gut punch, hollowing me out until I was nothing but a frightened shell. Come on, Samuel urged, his voice cutting through my reverie, sharp and insistent. The urgency in his tone was electric, sending a jolt through me. Together, we stepped forward, crossing the threshold from the safety of the known into the wild pulse of our ancestral land. The air crackled with energy, thick with memories. I could almost see them, the shadows of our ancestors, flitting between the trees, their faces obscured but their eyes burning with an intensity that made the hair on my arms stand on end. With each step, the ground beneath my feet shifted, the earth whispering secrets of those who had walked this path before us. My heartbeat echoed in the stillness, a primal rhythm that resonated with the spirits all around. I remembered my grandmother's hands, rough and warm, clenching mine as she taught me the ways of our people, the sacred rituals that honored those who had passed. The way she'd close her eyes, swaying slightly, as if she could feel their presence with every breath. They're not gone, child, she'd say, her voice soothing, yet laced with urgency. They are always with us, their spirits guiding us through the darkness. Samuel stopped suddenly, his breath hitching in his throat. Did you hear that? He asked, eyes wide, scanning the trees. I felt it too, an ethereal sound, a low hum that resonated deep within my bones. It was a song, a haunting melody threaded with sorrow, and it beckoned us closer, deeper into the woods. My skin prickled with fear, yet I was drawn to it, compelled by some unseen force. It's them, I whispered, the words escaping before I could stop them. He shook his head, frustration boiling over. It's just the wind, Mara. But the sound grew louder, more insistent. I could feel the weight of their gaze upon me, 1,000 eyes piercing through the darkness, demanding to be seen, demanding to be heard. Memories rushed in like a flood, the faces of those we had lost swirling through my mind, their laughter mingling with the wind, their tears soaked into the earth. Samuel stepped forward, fists clenched, determination etched into every line of his face. We will make them remember us, he shouted, a challenge thrown into the night, raw and defiant. For a brief moment, I saw a flicker of light in his eyes, a flame ignited by the desperation of our plight. But before I could respond, the shadows around us shifted, limbs intertwining like serpents, and a cold chill swept through, choking off my breath. I remembered, oh how I remembered, the stories of the ones who had ventured into these woods, seeking solace, seeking answers. But what they found was often despair, the anguished wails of spirits wronged, their rest disturbed. Would we be their next victims? Or could we, somehow, weave our pain into a song that called them home? As if in response, the air thickened with a palpable tension, a storm brewing beneath the surface. I felt my heart race, my pulse quickening, the world around us pulsating with life and death, a cosmic dance of souls entwined. The song surged, and I closed my eyes, surrendering to the rhythm, allowing the echoes of history to wash over me, a tide of love, regret, loss, and hope. Please, I breathed, the plea trembling on my lips, a prayer offered to the night. Help us remember. And as the darkness enveloped us, I felt the shadows shift again, a promise lingering in the air, a connection bridging the past and present. In that moment, I understood, this was not just a battle for survival. We were part of something larger, an intricate tapestry of existence woven together, where every stitch held a story waiting to be told, where the spirits of our ancestors watched, waited, and yearned for us to recognize our place among them. The wind howled through the trees, carrying with it the weight of our ancestors' stories, the echoes of their laughter and their cries. And as we stood on the precipice of the unknown, I felt the thin veil of reality blur, the boundaries between the living and the dead fading into a haunting embrace, pulling us closer to the heart of the mystery that was both terrifying and exhilarating. The air was thick with incense, a choking fog that clung to the throat like a punishment. Shadows flickered against the stone walls, each flicker a fleeting reminder of what lay just beyond the veil. The candle flames shuddered, whispering secrets of the departed as if they could hear the echo of their own lives slipping away. I stood in the heart of the chamber, surrounded by the remnants of a world long gone, my heart racing, each thud a reminder, time was running out. "Are you ready?" The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Clara's voice was barely a whisper, but it cut through the chaos, piercing the veil of uncertainty that enveloped us. Her eyes, dark pools of fear and resolve, were locked onto mine, searching for the flicker of assurance I was too afraid to give. I wanted to scream, to tell her that I wasn't ready for this. Not now, not ever. But the weight of my silence felt like betrayal. I shifted my gaze to the altar, where the relics of the past lay scattered, a rusted dagger, a dried rose, the fractured remains of a porcelain doll. Each object held the memories of lives that had danced between the worlds, and I could almost hear their whispers, beckoning me to join them. You can't back out now, I thought, but the truth was, I was terrified. Terrified of the ritual, terrified of the afterlife, and most of all, terrified of what awaited us on the other side. Clara clutched a small vial of salt, its contents shimmering like lost stars, a promise of purification and protection. "We have to do this," she urged, her voice trembling. "It's the only way to set them free." I wanted to believe her, wanted to believe that we could save the souls trapped in this liminal space, but what if we were the ones who became trapped? What if we became echoes, mere whispers in an eternal night? "Just remember," she continued, her grip tightening on the vial. "We're doing this for them. For all the ones who never found peace." I swallowed hard, the bitterness of her words lingering in my throat. The weight of my guilt crashed over me like a tidal wave. I remembered the night we'd found the first soul, tethered to this world by unseen chains, a wretched ghost who cried out for help. I remembered my own cowardice, my desperate attempts to turn away, to forget. But Clara had stood her ground, fierce and unwavering, and something deep within me had stirred, a flicker of courage, or was it just the thrill of the unknown? As we began the incantation, our words flowed like dark water, wrapping around us, binding us to the task at hand. The temperature dropped, and I could taste the fear on my tongue, a metallic tang that sent shivers down my spine. Shadows writhed along the walls, twisting and curling, forming shapes that seemed to beckon us closer, closer to the edge of reason and madness. I could feel my heart pounding, an unrelenting drumbeat of dread. "Don't look away," Clara hissed, her voice sharp as glass. "They're here, or we're not alone." The darkness thickened, and I felt the weight of 1,000 gazes pressing against my skin. I wanted to scream, to run, to escape the claustrophobic grasp of the unseen. But I couldn't. I was anchored to the moment, just like Clara, our fates entwined like the smoke rising from the candles. Suddenly, the air crackled with energy, a palpable force that sent a jolt through my body. I gasped, the realization hitting me like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just a ritual, it was a reckoning. Clara's voice rose above the chaos, fierce and unwavering, as she called upon the spirits, inviting them to rise, to reveal themselves. "You are not forgotten," she cried, and in that moment, I felt the weight of her conviction wash over me, a flicker of hope igniting in the corners of my heart. But hope is a fragile thing. The shadows began to coalesce, swirling around us, forming a mass of anguished faces, mouths opening in silent screams. I stumbled backward, my breath hitching in my throat. "Clara!" I gasped, fear clawing at my insides. Her eyes were wild, consumed by the very energy she had summoned. "We have to keep going. We're close." I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. the faces twisted with longing and sorrow, their pain seeping into my bones. I remembered what it was like to lose someone, the crushing weight of grief. I remembered my mother's voice, laced with despair, her hand trembling as she placed flowers on a grave. I remembered the rituals, the way we'd gathered around her, the whispered prayers, the heavy silence that followed. But this was different. There was no comfort here, only an overwhelming sense of urgency, a desperate race against time. "Release them!" Clara shouted, her voice breaking through the cacophony. "Let them go!" The words hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting the living and the dead. I took a step forward, driven by something deep within, an understanding that this was our chance to break the cycle, to free the souls bound to this world by fear and regret. I could feel the salt in Clara's hand, the promise it held, and I grasped it tightly, a lifeline in the storm. But as the shadows surged, a chilling realization gripped my heart. This was not just a moment of salvation. This was a confrontation, a reckoning with our own fears, our own losses. Would we emerge whole, or would we too become whispers in the night? In the heart of the storm, I could feel Clara's hand clasped tight around mine, her strength anchoring me as we faced the gathering tide of souls, the echoes of the past roaring to life. And just like that, in the eye of the whirlwind, I understood, rituals were not just acts of remembrance, they were battles, fierce skirmishes against the darkness that sought to consume us. As the shadows closed in, I felt the heartbeat of the universe pulse through my veins, a reminder that even in the depths of despair, we were alive, we were fighting. What lay beyond was a mystery, a vast expanse of uncertainty, but together, we took a breath, stepping into the unknown, ready to confront the aftermath of our choices, a haunting melody beckoning us deeper into the abyss. In the damp chill of a forgotten chapel, a flickering candle casts shadows that dance like wretched souls fighting to escape their earthly prisons. The air is thick with incense and despair, a suffocating blend that tugs at the heart, reminding me that every moment holds the weight of eternity. I watch as Eliana, her eyes wide with dread, kneels before the altar, hands clasped in fervent prayer that trembles with desperation. "God, save me," she whispers, her voice breaking like glass underfoot. The clock ticks, each second echoing like a hammer on the anvil of fate. The sound is rhythmic, relentless, a reminder of the ticking countdown to judgment. I remember the day she told me of her sins, oh, how they spilled from her lips like poison. She laughed then, a hollow chuckle, as if mocking the very idea of divine wrath. Purgatory? It sounds like a long line at the market, not an afterlife. Now, as the shadows close in, her laughter has evaporated, replaced by the suffocating weight of regret. I remember the stories the elders whispered, tales spun from the very marrow of fear. Hell, a place where flames gnash their teeth, a ravenous maw consuming the damned for eternity. I shiver at the thought of those lost souls, their screams echoing in a cacophony of agony, forever drowned in the stench of burning flesh. Eliana has never truly believed in such horrors, but I see the doubt flickering in her eyes now, the realization that belief can be a double-edged sword, cutting both ways. Then there's Cedric, my friend, a man whose courage is as fragile as a moth's wing. He hovers at the chapel's entrance, torn between the sacred and the profane. I see the tension in his jaw, the way his hands clench into fists, as if fighting against unseen chains. The specter of his mother haunts him, her voice echoing in his mind, "Be a good man, Cedric. Heaven awaits." Yet he feels the pull of temptation, the sweet, sickly taste of sin that lingers on his tongue. He's made promises, every vow a weight pressing him further into the ground. The notion of purgatory, a waiting room for the soul, gnaws at him, a ghost lurking in the corners of his mind. Will I see her again? He had asked me once, his voice heavy with a yearning too deep for mere words. What if I am condemned? I had brushed him off then, the audacity of youth pretending to be invincible. But now, as he stands on the threshold of faith and fear, I can only watch as his resolve crumbles like ancient parchment. The chapel's door creaks as the wind howls outside, an eerie serenade to our impending doom. Eliana's hands shake, a tempest raging in her breast. "I don't want to be lost," she cries, the raw plea clawing at my chest. The walls seem to close in, and I want to reach out, to cradle her fears against my own, to tell her that it will be all right, but the truth lingers like a shadow, a truth that whispers of judgment and the cold, unyielding scales of justice. We mustn't dwell here, I urge, though my heart races with the weight of my own uncertainty. The air crackles, charged with the electricity of unspoken thoughts. We should go. Find solace before the night swallows us whole. But deep down, I feel the chains of fate tightening around us, pulling us back into the depths of our own despair. The candle flickers once more, a heartbeat in this haunted place, illuminating Ileana's face, pale and drawn. But what if the light goes out, she murmurs, her breath a ghostly whisper. What if we are left in darkness forever? Cedric steps forward, his voice low, cracked with emotion. I'd rather face hell than be trapped in this purgatory of indecision. His words hang heavy in the air, an invocation of the very fears we seek to avoid. He is torn, caught between the desire for redemption and the seductive pull of sin. I can feel the weight of history pressing down on us, the echoes of countless souls who have walked these very stones. Each prayer, each plea, each cry of anguish woven into the fabric of this place. The souls of the damned, the souls of the redeemed, they all linger here, their stories entwined in our own. I can almost see them, their faces flickering in the candlelight, the despair mingling with the hope, a twisted dance of existence beyond life. Ileana's breath quickens, and I reach for her, my fingers brushing against her skin, cold and trembling. We will face whatever comes together, I vow, though my heart quakes with uncertainty. But as I speak, I can feel the weight of my own sins, the desperate clawing of my conscience, dragging me back into the depths of my own darkness. The shadows swirl, and I cannot escape the sense that we are not alone. The walls seem to breathe, an ancient presence watching, waiting. I feel it in my bones, a chill that seeps into my very soul. The air grows thick with a sense of foreboding, an unseen hand poised to strike. Forgive us, Ileana whispers, her voice trembling, a prayer sent into the ether like a fragile bird seeking flight. Forgive us for our ignorance. But the darkness answers only with silence, a void that mocks our pleas, a reminder that salvation is never guaranteed. Do you think heaven is real? Cedric's voice cuts through the tension, fragile yet fierce. Or are we merely fooling ourselves? I look into his eyes, and for a moment, I see the flicker of hope mingling with despair. The truth is, we all wear masks, those of faith, those of doubt. Each mask a barrier against the raw vulnerability of asking, what if? As the wind howls outside, shoving against the chapel's stone walls, I know that the clock is ticking down, a relentless reminder that time is not on our side. The candle flickers once more, a final, desperate gasp for existence, and with it, I can almost hear the souls crying out from the shadows, their grief echoing in the hollowed hall. And in that moment, I realize that the afterlife is not merely a destination, it is a reflection of the lives we lead, the choices we make, and the love we share. As we stand on the precipice of eternity, the lines between heaven, hell, and purgatory blur, leaving only the raw, pulsating truth of what it means to be alive, to feel, to yearn. Together, I say, my voice steady, though my heart races. We face whatever lies ahead, be it judgment or grace. And so we stand, hand in hand, bracing against the storm, ready to embrace the unknown, as the shadows around us swirl and pulse, a living tapestry of our deepest fears and wildest hopes, forever binding us to the eternal question, what comes next? The air is thick with the scent of damp stone, a chill creeping through the narrow corridors of the catacombs beneath Florence. Shadows twist and writhe, playing tricks on the mind, and every echo feels like a heartbeat, pulsing, demanding attention. I stand frozen, breath held, as if my very essence might be consumed by the darkness that surrounds me. This was no ordinary night, this was the night when death and imagination collided, a rebirth of the afterlife, where every flicker of a torch might unveil the lost souls lurking just beyond the flame. In the distance, I hear a soft, desperate whisper. It's Isabella, her voice ethereal yet tinged with an edge of fear, a dangerous cocktail of hope and despair. Lorenzo, do you hear them? She breathes, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering light. They're calling to us. Lorenzo, her brother, stands beside her, torn between the ancient legends that whisper of rebirth and the stark reality that holds him captive. It's just the wind, he murmurs, but his voice betrays him, cracking as if it too fears the unknown. I see the conflict etched on his face, a mask of bravado worn too long, hiding the truth beneath layers of pride and uncertainty. I remember standing on the precipice of belief, where the cosmos stretched infinitely above me, where the stars held stories yet untold. But here, in this forsaken place, the air is taut with tension, the walls seem to breathe, exhaling centuries of whispered secrets and forgotten dreams. No, it's them, Isabella insists, her breath hitching in her throat. The ones who came before us. They're here, waiting. A chill snakes down my spine. I can feel their presence, ghostly silhouettes flitting through the fabric of time, caught in a dance of sorrow and longing. I remember the tales spun by candlelight, where the Renaissance painted the afterlife in vibrant strokes, inviting us to ponder existence beyond the grave. But tonight, those colors fade into a muted gray, and fear tightens its grip like a vice. Isabella, Lorenzo's voice falters, if they're here, then what do we do? His words hang in the air, a fragile thread woven between dread and the flicker of possibility. I watch as she takes a breath, summoning her courage, and in that moment, she transforms from a frightened girl into a beacon of defiance. We listen, she declares, her voice steady, and for a heartbeat, the shadows lean in, attentive. We honor them. It's time to remember. She steps forward, daring the darkness to consume her, and I feel the echoes of forgotten souls surge around us, swirling in a tempest of emotion. I remember when life was simpler, when the worst thing was a failed romance or a missed opportunity. But now, confronted by ghosts of the past, I feel the weight of history pressing down on me, a reminder of our mortal fragility. The Renaissance was a time of rebirth, the rebirth of art, of knowledge, of the self. But what of the soul? What of the pulse that beats beneath the surface of our existence? Suddenly, a gust of wind howls through the corridor, extinguishing our flickering torch. Darkness blankets us, and in that suffocating void, I hear the whispers grow louder, a cacophony of voices rising to a crescendo. Each one a story, a lament, a plea. We are the forgotten, they chant, echoing against the stones, and I feel my heart race, a drum in the quiet abyss. Do you see them? Isabella's voice trembles, and in the darkness, I can picture them, shadows of the past, their faces twisted in longing and regret, reaching out for connection. They want us to remember. A single torch flares to life, illuminating a mural on the wall, a breathtaking depiction of souls ascending to the heavens, their forms intertwined with the cosmos, the very essence of rebirth. I gasp, feeling the gravity of their stories wrap around me, pulling me deeper into the intricacies of life and death. Look! Lorenzo whispers, awe and fear mingling in his gaze. They've been waiting for us to witness their journey. I remember the legend of the Renaissance, how artists painted not just what was seen, but what was felt, the afterlife rendered in vibrant hues as if to say, there's beauty in the suffering. But here, in this echoing chamber, beauty feels like a cruel joke. Isabella's eyes reflect both fear and resolve, an unyielding spirit in the face of darkness. Every brushstroke is a heartbeat, she murmurs, every color a memory. The air vibrates with emotion, a palpable tension as we stand at the threshold between worlds. I feel the weight of our ancestors pressing against us, demanding to be acknowledged, to be remembered. What if they're lost? I whisper, my voice trembling with the enormity of the thought. What if we forget them? Lorenzo's hand grips my arm tightly, grounding me. We won't forget, he vows, and I see in his eyes a flicker of understanding, the promise of remembrance binding us together, a thread spun from the fabric of our souls. Then let us honor them, Isabella declares, her spirit igniting like the flames that dance around us. Let us breathe life into their stories, so they may find peace. The walls reverberate with the echoes of ages past, and suddenly, I'm overwhelmed by the weight of it all, the joy, the sorrow, the undying connection that transcends time. The Renaissance is alive in us, between us, a rebirth not just of art but of the very essence of existence. And as the whispers swell, I realize this moment is not an end but the beginning, a loop of emotion and history intertwined. The shadows pulse with life, their stories, and ours spinning together in the intricate tapestry of time. I feel the darkness wrap around me, but it's no longer suffocating, it's a cloak that binds us to our past, urging us to remember, to honor, to live. The echoes of the forgotten ring in my ears, an eternal reminder that we are all part of a vast, cosmic play, a dance of life and death, of light and dark, forever intertwined. In this moment, as the past and present collide, I know I will carry their stories within me, a flicker of hope in the encroaching night. Together, we stand, Isabella, Lorenzo, and I, caught in the fragile web of memory, spinning toward whatever comes next, where the afterlife awaits in vivid, spine-chilling anticipation. The clock strikes midnight, the hollow sound echoing through the empty streets of Paris, where shadows breathe like restless spirits. Eloise stands beneath the flickering light of a street lamp, her breath a fog in the air, mingling with the memories of the night. I remember, she whispers, her voice just a tremor against the iron chill. I remember the way the moon hung, a ghostly witness to our struggles. Across town, Gabriel wrestles with the weight of rational thought, his heart pounding like a drum dictating the tempo of his unraveling world. I remember, he echoes in the darkened confines of his study. I remember the way reason felt like a sword, it cut through the chaos, but left me bleeding. 100 books line the shelves, their spines cracked and dusty, each one a testament to his futile quest for truth. Yet, in the corner of his eye, a flicker of something unnameable stirs. Could it be the remnants of belief? Against the backdrop of the Enlightenment, a war of ideas crackling in the air like distant thunder, Eloise and Gabriel stand on opposing fronts, each determined to claim the light. Eloise, with fiery auburn hair and eyes that spark with the remnants of hope, doesn't merely seek answers, she craves a connection to something beyond the grasp of reason. She's haunted by visions of her mother, once vibrant and filled with laughter, now lost to the abyss of despair. How can I rationalize this? She cries into the night, her fists clenched at her sides. How can the heart understand when reason fails? Her voice trembles in the silence, but the world around her remains indifferent, an echo of her solitude. She remembers the warmth of her mother's embrace, the scent of lavender and love, fading like the daylight, leaving only shadows in its wake. And Gabriel? He is the embodiment of reason, a man who has built walls thicker than stone, his faith in the enlightenment of the mind unwavering, yet brittle. I see you, Eloise, he murmurs, tracing the lines of his thoughts, grappling with a longing that threatens to consume him. Your spirit is a tempest I cannot tame. It's a contradiction, he knows, to want her, this wild force of nature, yet cling to his rational fortress. Their worlds collide one fateful evening, an explosion of passion and fear igniting the air. Eloise approaches Gabriel's study, her heart thundering like a war drum. You think you can control the cosmos with logic, she challenges, her voice fierce and raw. What of the spirit? What of mystery? Each word slices through Gabriel's defenses like a dagger through flesh. The room feels charged, electric, the walls pulse with unspoken truths. He feels the heat of her presence, a fire he has tried to extinguish with cold logic. The spirit is a delusion, he retorts, but even as he says it, doubt shadows his words. He catches the glimmer in her eyes, a spark that ignites the kindling of his own suppressed desires. You lost your mother to fantasy, Eloise. It's a dangerous path. But it's a path worth walking, she responds fiercely, stepping closer. I remember the stories she told, the way she made the mundane magical. What's life without a little chaos? Her words tumble from her lips like petals in the wind, each one weighted with the sorrow of her loss but buoyed by the thrill of belief. And there, in that charged moment, they clash, rationalism meets spiritualism, the heart against the mind. Tension crackles like lightning, filling the air with urgency and dread. Gabriel sees her pain, raw and palpable, she wears it like a shroud, and for the first time, he feels the tremors of uncertainty rip through his confidence. What if you're wrong? He asks, his voice faltering. What if chasing the spirit leads only to despair? But Eloise's laughter dances in the air, wild and free, echoing with the echoes of her mother's love. What if living without belief is the true despair? The confrontation spirals, words becoming weapons, truths laid bare. You can't hold on to the past. Gabriel shouts, the walls of his rational fortress cracking under the strain. Let it go. It's time to embrace reality. But reality, for Eloise, is a canvas smeared with the colors of memory and longing. And what is reality if stripped of wonder? She counters, her voice rising, fierce and defiant, filled with an urgency that thrums in Gabriel's veins. Look around you. The world is filled with ghosts, of dreams, of memories, of love lost and found. Can you not feel them? The silence that follows is deafening. The shadows stretch, wrapping around them like a shroud, heavy with the weight of unfulfilled desires and unsaid words. Time feels suspended, the moon a witness, refracting light on their souls laid bare. In that moment, they are no longer simply a man and a woman caught in an ideological battle. They are two halves of a broken heart, yearning for the other's understanding, grappling with the very essence of existence. As the clock ticks on, the words between them shift from confrontation to something deeper, a dance of vulnerability and fear. Eloise's breath catches as she feels the tremor of Gabriel's resolve begin to fracture, and she leans in closer, their worlds now entwined. I remember, she whispers softly, the stories of the stars, the way they flicker with the weight of our dreams. Her words hang heavy in the air, a haunting reminder of what it means to believe, to hope in the face of the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, amidst the shadows that swirl around them, they stand on the precipice of a truth that transcends reason and spirit, the truth that the heart, in all its chaos, may hold the answers they both seek. But the night is still young, and the clock continues its relentless march forward. The tension between them hangs like smoke in the air, thick and unyielding, as the world around them pulses with the unsaid, the unresolved, and the infinite possibility of becoming. The clock whispered midnight, its hands wrapped in shadows, ticking softly like a heartbeat in the silence of the empty room. Sarah stood frozen, her fingers trembling on the edge of her mother's old wooden desk, the air thick with memories, ghosts of laughter and echoes of sorrow. The walls felt suffocating, closing in like a vice, and the faint smell of lavender hung heavy, a remnant of lost comfort. A single tear slid down her cheek, catching the dim light like a solitary star in a night sky, but there was no wishing left in her heart, only despair. Across town, James paced in his dimly lit apartment, each footstep punctuated by the weight of his guilt. He could still hear the laughter, sharp and cruel, of those he'd left behind, their voices a haunting melody that wrapped around his mind like a serpent. He clenched his hands into fists, fingernails biting into the flesh, as memories of his choices clawed at him. Every decision had led him here, to this harrowing moment, where the lines between right and wrong blurred into a greyed fog of chaos. The suffocating sense of failure loomed, a shadow draped over his shoulders, pulling him down, down, down. And then there was MIA, unraveled in the corner of her bedroom, a storm of emotion swirling in her chest, each surge like a tidal wave threatening to consume her whole. She clutched the worn pages of her diary, ink smudged by tears and trembling hands. I remember, she whispered into the darkness, the way he looked at me before it all fell apart. She could almost feel the warmth of his hand on hers, the promises crafted in quiet moments now shattered like glass. The world outside her window faded, a mere backdrop to the tempest raging within her. Sarah's phone buzzed, its sharp sound slicing through the silence. She glanced at the screen, an unnamed number. Heart pounding, she answered, the voice on the other end a chilling echo of her past. "Are you ready to face what you've done?" it hissed, the words slithering into her ear. She recoiled, the air thickening, and a rush of panic surged through her. "I didn't mean to," she stammered, but the voice laughed, a cruel sound that twisted inside her. "You can't escape the trials of your soul." In that moment, time folded and twisted, memories blending into a swirling vortex of regret and fear. She remembered the day she'd whispered her dreams to the stars, the night she had promised herself she would never become her mother, yet here she was, haunted by the same chains of despair. "I remember the moments I chose silence over truth," she murmured, the realization crashing over her like a wave. The room began to spin, the walls closing in, memories clawing at her sanity. Meanwhile, James stumbled into a bar, the haze of alcohol mingling with the thick smoke in the air. He caught sight of familiar faces, those who had once been friends, now mere shadows of the lives they once lived. Each laugh echoed like a gunshot in his mind, ricocheting off walls adorned with flickering neon lights. "I remember," he shouted, the words spilling from him like a dam breaking, the laughter that turned to ashes in my mouth. The bar grew still, eyes darting toward him, sparks of judgment igniting the night. He was nothing but a ghost, a fading memory in a world that had moved on without him. And MIA, in her sanctuary of despair, felt the tremors of the world outside seep into her consciousness. She picked up her phone, fingers shaking as she sent a message to Sarah, her lifeline. "Are you okay?" The words were simple, yet they carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. The reply came quickly, raw and fragmented, "No. The past is coming for me." A chill raced down Mia's spine, and she felt it then, a pull, a tether binding them through their shared traumas. The night stretched and twisted, each character ensnared in their own spiral of grief, guilt, and yearning. As Sarah paced across her room, shadows danced, whispering secrets only she could hear. "I remember," she chanted, each repetition a lifeline thrown into the abyss of her mind. She could see flashes, faces of those she hurt, their eyes full of accusation, their silent screams echoing in her heart. "You have to fight, Sarah," she told herself, the words a desperate plea. But the weight of her soul felt like lead, dragging her further into the depths of her own making. James, still lost in the haze of his choices, stumbled out of the bar and into the street, the world around him morphing into a surreal painting smeared with despair. He felt the cool night air bite at his skin, but inside, he burned. "I remember the dreams I buried," he murmured, each step heavier than the last, "and now they haunt me like shadows." The city loomed, a silent witness to his unraveling, each flickering streetlight like a soul flickering out, lost forever. Mia's heart raced as she typed once more, "We need to face this together." The words hung in the air, a fragile bridge over the chasm separating their souls. She pressed send and waited, the seconds stretching into eternity. Would they find the strength to confront the darkness entwined in their hearts? Or would they be swallowed whole by the trials of their souls? And in that suspended moment, as the clock ticked on, the past and present collided. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing, ready to unleash its fury. The shadows whispered louder, the echoes of their choices blending into a cacophony that called for reckoning. Each heartbeat echoed, a reminder of the fragility of existence, the relentless pursuit of redemption. Time felt infinite and fleeting, a paradox that held them in its grip as they stood on the precipice of their fears, poised between despair and hope, ready to face whatever awaited them in the darkness. The moon hung low, a sickly yellow orb casting shadows that danced along the cracked pavement of the abandoned cemetery. Silence wrapped around us like a suffocating shroud, broken only by the distant rustle of leaves whispering secrets. I stood at the crumbling edge of a grave, my breath shallow, my heart pounding like a war drum. Tonight was supposed to be a night of answers, but now it felt like the universe was holding its breath, waiting for something, anything, to unfold. "Are you sure about this, Jenna?" Lucas's voice trembled, each word a fragile crystal teetering on the brink of shattering. His fingers were clenched around a candle, the flame flickering like a desperate heartbeat, and I could see the doubt etched on his face, shadowed by the weight of things left unspoken. "I have to know," I snapped, my voice cutting through the silence like glass breaking. I was tired of the questions gnawing at my insides, tired of the ache for closure that felt more like a noose tightening around my throat. "It's been a year, Lucas. One whole year since Mom, since she slipped away. I need this." The cemetery felt like a threshold, a liminal space where the air thickened with possibility and dread. The graves were lined up like sentinels, each stone a memory carved in time, a story left to rot in the earth. I knelt, the cold ground seeping into my bones, and closed my eyes. My heart raced as I sought her, reaching into the void where she once existed. "Mom! Can you hear me?" Suddenly, the wind picked up, swirling leaves around us, a whirlwind of voices echoing in my mind, muffled, desperate. I shivered, the chill not just from the night's breath but from an ancient, primordial fear. Was I calling her or merely summoning the echoes of my own grief? "Jenna, I don't think this is a good idea," Lucas murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. There was something fragile in his tone, as if he feared that speaking too loudly might shatter the delicate veil between this world and whatever lay beyond. "Sure. Listen," I hissed, the urgency clawing at my insides. I could feel it, the electric tension crackling in the air, a pulse that resonated with the very core of my being. It was as if the universe was aligning, preparing to reveal something unfathomable. And then, just like that, silence. A profound, echoing silence that settled like frost in the air, sucking the warmth from our bodies. I opened my eyes, staring wide-eyed at the darkness surrounding us. Shadows loomed and twisted, forming shapes that felt disturbingly familiar. "Mom." I called again, desperation curling around my words, squeezing my heart until it felt like it might burst. I remembered her laugh, that bright sound filled with light, a song that had brightened even the darkest days. Where had it gone? And in that moment, the candle flickered violently, casting jagged shadows across Lucas's face. His eyes widened, haunted by a realization he wouldn't articulate. What if she doesn't want to talk? The doubt hung heavy in the air, an uninvited guest. I remembered the last time I had seen her, how frail she had looked, lying in that sterile hospital bed, her breathing shallow, like the fading flicker of a candle about to be snuffed out. "She needs to know I'm okay," I whispered, almost to myself. "She needs to know I love her." Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through the cemetery, and the earth beneath us trembled. A whisper, soft and ethereal, brushed against my skin. "Jenna," my heart froze, caught in the vice grip of hope and terror. "Is that you?" I gasped, feeling Lucas's grip tighten on my wrist. I closed my eyes again, straining to listen, to feel. The world around us seemed to warp, time curling back on itself, and I could see her smile, her warmth, her love. It enveloped me like a familiar blanket. "Mom!" I cried, tears spilling down my cheeks unbidden, each drop a release of pent-up sorrow and longing. "I miss you so much. Please, say something." The shadows deepened, twisting into shapes that seemed to mock my yearning. "Jenna!" "I can't," the voice floated like a feather in the wind, soft yet heavy, a truth unmoored. My heart shattered, fragments scattering into the night. "Why? Why can't you?" My voice cracked, the rawness tearing through me. "You promised you would always be with me." In that moment, a figure emerged from the darkness, a presence that felt both foreign and achingly familiar. Lucas gasped, stepping back as if the very air had become a vacuum. "This isn't right. We should go," he stammered, his bravado crumbling. But I couldn't move. I was anchored in sorrow, a tree with roots tangled deep in the soil of my despair. "Mom, please," I begged, my voice a threadbare whisper. "Let me see you. I need you." A silence enveloped us again, thick and suffocating, and I could feel the weight of the universe pressing down on me. And then, in the distance, a clock struck midnight, the sound echoing through the air like a death knell, each chime resonating with the rhythm of loss, a countdown to something inevitable. Just as it began to fade, a flicker of light illuminated the grave, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw her, standing there, ethereal and beautiful, bathed in moonlight. My heart surged, hope igniting like wildfire. But just as quickly, she vanished, leaving behind an emptiness so profound it felt like the earth itself had opened up beneath me. "No!" I screamed, but the word echoed back, a hollow plea swallowed by the night. Lucas was pale, trembling, and I could feel the fear radiating off him in waves. "We need to leave," he urged, his voice shaking. "This is not safe." But I wouldn't leave. Couldn't leave. In that moment, I was neither here nor there, caught in the space between longing and loss, desperately clinging to the remnants of a love that transcended the boundaries of life and death. "Mom!" I cried out into the abyss, the darkness swallowing my words whole. The ground beneath me felt alive, alive with memories, with stories, with souls lingering on the edge of forgetting. And I could sense them all, restless spirits reaching out, yearning for connection, for someone to remember them. The candle sputtered, flickering for one last moment before plunging us into darkness. Shadows swallowed us whole as I clung to the hope that some part of her was still out there, drifting among the stars, waiting for the moment I would be brave enough to reach beyond this veil, to grasp that fleeting connection one last time. And in the silence that followed, I felt a shift, a stirring in the air, a promise that this wasn't the end, that the conversation was far from over. The room pulsed with frantic energy, a heartbeat trapped in the sterile silence, the smell of antiseptic clawing at her throat. I felt it before I saw it, an eerie stillness that swallowed the chaos of hospital machines. Then it came, the desperate shriek of a code blue alarm, a sound that shattered everything. Caroline's body lay motionless on the gurney, her skin a ghostly shade of pale, the monitor's flat line screaming louder than any voice in that room. The air thickened, constricting around my lungs, and I staggered back, gripped by a fear that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I remember the warmth, Caroline once said, her voice a soft whisper, tinged with a lingering trace of laughter. It wrapped around me like a blanket. That was before, or the before of this nightmare. Now, as I stood frozen, the fragments of her memories flickered through my mind like an old projector, each frame a reminder of the brightness that once filled her eyes. The laughter, oh, the laughter! Across the room, Jack was bent over her, frantically pumping her chest, his hands moving with a desperate rhythm, each thrust a plea for life. I watched him, my heart pounding like the war drums of ancient battles. Jack had always been the strong one, the one who carried the weight of the world on his shoulders, but now that strength felt like a fragile facade. He glanced at me, his eyes wide, filled with fear that twisted my insides. "Don't you dare leave us, Caroline," he shouted, his voice breaking, a raw note of anguish that reverberated in my chest. I had known them both for what felt like a lifetime, tangled in the threads of shared moments, first dates, late-night talks, secrets exchanged over coffee cups, dreams painted against the canvas of an ordinary life. But here we were, in this sterile chamber of desperation, the gravity of it all threatening to pull us under. And then, time stretched and twisted. I could hear my own heartbeat, a steady drum in the chaos, thump, thump, thump. I remember the way the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting sharp shadows that danced on the walls, shadows that seemed to claw at me, reminding me of the darkness we all feared. I remember the moment Caroline whispered about the other side, her eye sparkling with a hint of something I had never dared to comprehend. "You can't imagine it," she said, and in her voice, there was a depth that sent chills down my spine. "It's like floating in a sea of stars, where nothing hurts." But that was just talk. Now it felt hauntingly prophetic. Jack's frantic movements faltered, the rhythm of his hands betraying the crushing weight of despair. I closed my eyes, the world around me fading to a blur as I reached deep inside, searching for some flicker of hope. "Come back to us, Caroline," I found myself whispering, the words tumbling out like a prayer. "We need you. Don't leave us in this darkness." In the silence that followed, a memory surfaced, Caroline's love for the night sky, her passion for the cosmos. She had often said that the stars were the remnants of ancient souls, glowing with the stories of those who had passed. "When I die, I want to be a star," she had said with a playful grin. "I want to shine brightly for everyone to see." My heart twisted painfully at the thought. What if she was already on that journey? What if this was the moment that would lead her toward the light? A surge of panic clawed at me, a fear so profound it threatened to swallow me whole. Then, just as the beeping monitor whispered its finality, a strange stillness descended. Jack stopped. His hands fell away, and the room exploded in chaos. The doctors poured in, faces masked, voices muffled as they dove into action, a whirlwind of clinical precision. But through it all, a suffocating silence enveloped me, a silence that spoke of loss. I stepped back, my heart pounding in my ears, the world around me fading to monochrome. I wanted to scream, to shake Jack out of this trance, to tell him we could still fight, but the words crumbled in my throat. The oppressive weight of despair wrapped around me like a dark fog, leaving only the echo of Caroline's laughter, distant yet achingly close. And then came the moment that shattered everything. A flicker, just a flicker, but enough to seize the breath in my lungs. Caroline's eyes fluttered open, those familiar pools of blue struggling to focus. "Jack," she croaked, her voice a fragile thread of life that pulled us back from the edge. But that flicker was there and gone, a ghost of a moment stretching into eternity. "Stay with me, Caroline," Jack pleaded, his voice raw, shaking. "Please, stay." The monitors blared their protests, a cacophony of sound that wrapped around my heart until I could taste the iron tang of fear. I stood there, adrenaline coursing through my veins, caught between the tangible weight of this world and the ethereal promise of the next. What was happening? I felt as though I was standing on a precipice, the world spinning below me. I wanted to reach out and touch her, to pull her back into the safety of our shared lives, but I was afraid. Afraid of what she might see if she stepped into that light. And then, I remembered the stories, the tales of those who had crossed over, who had glimpsed the other side. The trials they faced, the choices that haunted them. What if this was Caroline's moment, a test of her spirit, a choice between two worlds? In the haze of the chaos, I saw her eyes, and they were not just lifeless pools. They held the weight of the universe, the secrets of time written in the depths of her gaze. I felt the world shift, the very fabric of reality tremble. What if she had already begun that journey? What if she was already dancing among the stars, tethered to us by threads of love and memory? And then, as suddenly as it began, the tension snapped. A moment hung in the air, heavy and still, as if the universe itself held its breath. Would we watch her slip away into that cosmic embrace, her laughter fading into the vastness? Or would she fight, clawing back to us, to this life filled with pain and joy, heartache and laughter? But I knew, deep down, that no matter what choice she made, we would always be connected, an unbreakable thread woven through time and space. The echoes of our love would stretch beyond the stars. And as the room filled with the frantic sounds of life and death battling for supremacy, I realized this wasn't an ending. It was merely a pause in the eternal dance of existence. As the chaos swirled around us, I closed my eyes, willing her to remember. I held on to the hope that, wherever she went, she would take a piece of us with her. A piece that could shine forever, like the stars she loved so fiercely. The air crackled with tension, the kind that wraps around your throat like a noose, squeezing tighter with every heart-wrenching moment. A girl, barely 18, stood before a canvas stretched taut with the colors of her despair. Reds like blood, blues like bruises. The world around her faded into a murmuring silence, a void where only her heartbeat echoed, a metronome marking time as she battled the ghosts that clawed at her soul. This was not just art, this was an exorcism. I remember the chill that rolled through me as I watched her, the way her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting the agony that danced just beyond the surface. I could almost taste her fear, the metallic tang of it hanging heavy in the air. Her name was Ilara, and she was painting something that could only be described as a portal to the afterlife. Each brushstroke felt like a prayer, a plea, a desperate attempt to make sense of what awaited her. What awaited us all? Across the room, Marcus leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his shadow stretching out like an omen. He was the kind of guy who wore his flaws like a badge of honor, imperfect, messy. His laughter was a blunt instrument, it chopped through the tension but left behind jagged edges. He was the type to joke about death while cradling a whiskey glass, his bravado a thin veneer that cracked under pressure. "You know they say art can capture the soul, right?" he quipped, a lopsided grin masking something darker. "Well, if that's true, I'm pretty sure mine's hiding in a corner, shaking in a fetal position." I wanted to shake him, to scream that the real art lay not in capturing but in confronting those unspoken trials of the afterlife. I wanted to tell him that Ilara was wrestling with more than just paint, she was grappling with the specters of regret and sorrow. But instead, I felt that familiar weight in my chest, the tightness that came from knowing that we were all struggling in our own ways, fighting battles best left unspoken. Ilara paused, staring at her canvas as if it were a mirror reflecting her soul's darkest corners. "What if we're judged?" she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf in the wind. "What if all this," she gestured wildly around her, "all these moments, our decisions, they come back to haunt us? How can I paint that?" The fear in her eyes was raw, an open wound we all recognized but dared not touch. "We're already haunted," Marcus replied, his words heavy with a gravity that silenced the room. "Every time we close our eyes, every time we dream, they're there, waiting. The ghosts of our choices." I saw it then, a flicker in Ilara's gaze, a reckoning. The weight of her past surged forward, clawing its way out from underneath layers of bravado and denial. Her fingers trembled as they brushed against the canvas, and I felt it too, the collective energy of lost dreams and shattered hopes coiling around us like smoke. "Look," Marcus said, stepping closer, "before the afterlife trials, we have to face ourselves. That's the real punishment. I could see the truth in his eyes, the way his bravado faltered as the room shifted with the thought. The blending of colors became more than mere aesthetics, it became a battlefield, a crucible for their very souls. Ilara's brush danced wildly, a frenzied rhythm that echoed the chaos within her. She wasn't just depicting a trial, she was living it, breathing life into her fears and regrets. "Remember the stories they told us?" I whispered, half terrified of breaking the fragile silence. "Those ancient myths of the underworld, the ferryman, the scales? Life's choices weighed against a feather? It's all so absurd." The absurdity struck me hard, the cruel humor woven into the fabric of our existence. I laughed, a nervous, hollow sound. "They bathed once a year, you know? So yeah, romance was earthy." Ilara's brush froze midair, and for a moment, the weight of tension hung like a shroud. I saw a spark of recognition in her eyes. It was absurd, wasn't it? The idea that we could be judged by some cosmic scale while we tripped over our own feet in the mundane dance of life. "Art is our salvation," she murmured, a promise wrapped in uncertainty. "If I can capture this chaos, maybe I can tame it." The words settled over us, a haunting lullaby. But shadows lingered, lurking in the corners of our minds, memories we feared to confront. I remembered my own ghosts, the faces of those I'd lost, the whispers of regret that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. "Do you think they see us?" I asked, barely above a whisper. "The ones who've passed? Do they watch us stumble through life, helplessly, laughing at our absurdity?" Marcus glanced away, the heaviness of unspoken truths weighing down his shoulders. "I'd like to think they're doing better than us." Ilara's brush moved again, the colors swirling into a tempest of emotion. Each stroke sent shockwaves through the air, visceral and real, as if she were channeling the very essence of our trials. The canvas began to pulse with life, a living testament to our fears and hopes. The shadows grew longer, the room darker, and with it came a sense of urgency. We were on the precipice of something monumental, a confrontation not just with art, but with the very essence of what it meant to live and die. The ticking clock, echoing relentlessly in the background, reminded us that time was slipping away, that we were bound by mortal chains. "Can we truly escape the trials?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Or are we destined to face them, over and over, in a cycle we can't break?" Ilara paused, her eyes piercing through the darkness. "Maybe," she whispered, "just maybe, the trials are the art of living. And only by facing them can we create something beautiful." And as she leaned into her work, the world around us melted away, our fears, our laughter, our imperfect selves woven into the fabric of her creation. The trials of the afterlife were not just a destination, they were the journey, the very essence of what it meant to be alive. In that moment, we were lost in each other's pain and hope, tethered by the threads of our shared humanity. And as the last strokes fell upon the canvas, we knew, in our bones, that the true confrontation was just beginning. The trials we thought awaited us beyond this life were merely a reflection of the battles we faced every single day. The clock struck 3, and in the shadows of the old library, I could hear the whispers of souls long gone, their words curling around me like smoke, suffocating and intoxicating. I stood frozen, the chill of the air creeping into my bones, as if the very essence of the dead seeped through the cracks in the walls. I remember the weight of silence, punctuated only by the soft rustle of pages turning, though no one was there but me. The ghostly light of the flickering candle revealed a grimly beautiful scene, dust motes dancing in the air, as though the spirits themselves were celebrating their own eternal festivity. And then there was Elena, her face pale, the ghost of a smile flickering like the flame that cast our shadows. She was searching for something to anchor her to this world, to tether her to life amidst the chaos. Time had twisted her, made her fragile, as if she were one of those ancient manuscripts, pages frayed and ink smudged. I could see the torment in her eyes, the memories clawing at her mind. "Do you think they know?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "Do they know we're still here?" I wanted to scream, to tell her yes, they know, because the afterlife isn't a distant realm but a reflection of our deepest fears and desires. But instead, I stood there, paralyzed by the weight of her question, as if it had been etched into the very fabric of the universe. The room felt too small, the air too thick, and I was drowning in the flood of her uncertainty. Across the room, Marcus paced like a caged beast, his hands raking through his hair, desperate for clarity. He was a man haunted by grief, the kind of grief that gnaws at the edges of your sanity until you're left with nothing but fragments of who you once were. "It's not fair," he muttered, his voice cracking. "They died, they should be gone, but I can't escape them. I see them everywhere." His eyes were wild, darting into the corners of the room as if he expected the shadows to answer him. I wanted to reach out, to comfort him, but words failed me. Instead, I felt the vibrations of his pain echo through my own heart, piercing me with empathy. In that moment, I realized, grief is a ghost too, lingering in the peripheries of our lives, haunting us with memories we cannot bury. I remember the first time I lost someone, the way their laughter still echoed in my bones, the way I tried to fill the void with distractions, all the while knowing I was just prolonging the inevitable. Elena turned toward Marcus, her expression shifting from sorrow to something sharper. "You can't run from them," she said, her voice steady now, its intensity a spark in the darkness. "You have to face them, confront the truth of what they leave behind." A shiver cascaded down my spine as I watched the tension build between them, a palpable energy that crackled in the air. In that moment, I could almost sense the shadows shifting, as if they were leaning closer, eager to witness the struggle unfolding before them. Time slowed, I felt every heartbeat, every breath, heavy with the weight of their confrontation. "I don't want to face them," Marcus shouted, his voice a raw edge of anguish. "I want to forget. I want the silence." The desperation poured out of him, spilling like blood on the cold floor, messy and uncontainable. But silence, as Elena knew, was an illusion, a lie we tell ourselves to escape the truth. "The dead don't want silence, Marcus," she said softly, stepping closer, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "They want to be remembered. They want us to tell their stories." As those words hung in the air, I felt the room shift. The shadows began to take shape, faint outlines of figures, memories stitched from the fabric of time. Each one whispered a name, a story, a warning, and I realized we were not alone. With every heartbeat, the ghosts of our past surrounded us, each breath heavy with unfinished business, with love and regret. The library, once a sanctuary, transformed into a stage where our truths collided. I could feel the emotion swirling around us, a tempest waiting to be unleashed. I remembered the stories I had read, Dante's Inferno, where souls wandered in eternal darkness, searching for redemption. How every layer of hell was a reflection of despair, a mirror of the choices we make in life. Elena's voice broke through my thoughts, raw and fierce. "We are not meant to forget. Our pain connects us, binds us to those we've lost. We owe it to them to carry their stories." Marcus's expression shifted, the fight draining from him as if her words had struck a deep chord. The fear in his eyes transformed into a fragile understanding. "But what if their stories are too heavy? What if I can't bear it?" The question hung like a specter, clawing at the edges of our minds. I felt the weight of it, too heavy, too real. I remember the nights I lay awake, haunted by memories of lost love, wondering if I was strong enough to confront the past. "Then let them carry you," Elena replied, her voice gentle yet powerful, a lifeline in the storm. "Let their stories guide you. They're not gone, they're here, living in the spaces we create." As the candle flickered, I felt the energy shift, the air thick with unspoken truths. It was a revelation, a breaking point, the kind of moment that sears itself into your memory. The ghosts pressed closer, invisible chains binding us to the past, yet promising a path forward. I could feel the rhythm of the world shifting as we stood together in that haunting library, the remnants of our souls intertwining, a tapestry of grief and love. Marcus took a breath, a tremor of resolve igniting in his chest. "All right. I'll remember them." And in that promise, the shadows breathed a sigh of relief, a haunting melody echoing through the ages. The library faded around us, the lines between life and death blurring, as we stepped into the unknown, eternally bound to the stories we carried. Outside, the city stretched beyond the walls, a vast expanse of life filled with dreams, fears, and the echoes of countless souls. We were on the precipice of something profound, a reminder that the afterlife isn't merely an end, it's a continuation of the stories we live, the stories we tell, and the ones we're yet to embrace. The whispers grew louder, wrapping around us, inviting us to listen, to remember. And as we stood there, on the brink of our own revelations, I felt the universe expand around us, a cosmos of ghosts and memories, waiting for us to step into the light. The wind howled through the skeletal trees, clawing at the edges of dusk, as if the earth itself were mourning. In the distance, the faintest echo of laughter, a child's giggle that should have warmed the heart, curled into a wail that chilled the bone. I stood there, caught in that fragile moment, where the past and present collided in a shuddering gasp. Raina, my sister, clutched a faded photograph in her trembling hands, a relic of our ancestors, their faces etched with wisdom and pain. "Do you remember, brother?" she whispered, her voice cracking like dry leaves underfoot. "They used to tell us stories. Stories of the stars and the underworld, of spirits that danced in the moonlight. But the stories felt like ghosts now, slipping through our fingers, leaving nothing but a cold absence that gnawed at our souls. I remember the warmth of our grandmother's embrace, the way she would pull me close, her breath heavy with sage and secrets. 'When you die, you do not vanish,' she would say, her eyes shimmering with memories of a world long lost. 'You become part of the soil, the wind, the song of the river.' But that truth was a fragile thread, fraying in the face of relentless colonization. The invaders came with their guns and their gods, shattering the tapestry of our beliefs, spitting on our reverence for the earth. In my chest, despair pumped like a heavy drum, each beat a reminder of the lives intertwined with ours, lives now turned to ash. 'Look at what they've done, Raina,' I murmured, rage boiling beneath my skin. 'They've taken everything. Our stories, our sacred places, even our dreams.' Her eyes, usually bright with defiance, dulled beneath the weight of our shared loss. 'Do you think they know?' she asked, her voice a soft, tremulous thread. 'Do you think they feel the ache of our ancestors? The grief woven into the fabric of our being?' The question hung in the air, sharp and unyielding, like a blade poised to strike. I stayed silent, the truth lodged in my throat, a truth that felt insurmountable. I glanced at the crumbling temple, its edges frayed, a shadow of what it once was. Each stone bore the weight of our history, carved with the stories of 1,000 generations. Now, it stood as a ghost of a memory, tainted by the relentless passage of time and the violent hands of colonizers. The echoes of chants and prayers faded like whispers in the wind, swallowed by the greed of foreign empires. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught my eye. In the gathering dusk, a figure emerged, a man cloaked in shadows, his face obscured. My heart raced, an animal trapped in a snare. Was he friend or foe? The air thickened with tension, every breath a struggle. Raina stepped closer to me, her hand intertwining with mine, grounding me against the encroaching dread. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice barely above a whisper, laced with uncertainty. The figure raised his head, and the moonlight revealed a face weathered by time, eyes glimmering with sorrow and purpose. "I seek the truth," he said, his voice a low rumble, resonating with the grief of those who came before him. "The truth that lies beneath the silence." I felt a shiver slide down my spine, an electric thrill that whispered of possibilities. "What truth?" I pressed, the urgency in my chest swelling. "What can you tell us about the afterlife? About what our people once believed?" He stepped forward, and for a moment, I thought I saw our grandmother standing there, her spirit woven into the fabric of this stranger. "Your ancestors still linger," he said, each word a piece of thunder rolling over the horizon. "But they are lost in the shadows you refuse to acknowledge. They're waiting for you to remember." "Remember?" Raina echoed, her voice trembling with desperation. "How can we remember when everything has been stripped away? When the songs have turned to silence?" The weight of her question hung heavy, pressing against the night like a storm about to break. "They took our stories," I said, fury igniting in my veins. "But they will never take our spirits. They will never erase the ties that bind us to our ancestors." The man nodded, his expression a mixture of sorrow and hope. "You stand on sacred ground. Your beliefs, your dreams, they are not just remnants of the past, they are the seeds of the future. I felt the earth beneath my feet thrum with urgency, a heartbeat echoing through the soil. Could it be true? Could the very ground we stood on hold the power to resurrect our lost beliefs? I could almost hear the whispers of our people swirling around us, their voices weaving a tapestry of dreams and memories, inviting us to reclaim what had been stolen. Raina turned to me, her eyes glistening with unspoken resolve. We have to fight for them, don't we? We have to honor their memory, to bring their stories back to life. The fire in her voice ignited my own, and I felt the walls of despair begin to crack, a flicker of light seeping through. Together, I affirmed, my voice rising in strength. We will gather the fragments of our past, stitch them into the fabric of who we are meant to be. The man smiled, and in that fleeting moment, I saw the flicker of hope mirrored in his eyes. But the world outside our circle of resolve crashed in with the force of a tempest. The sirens of oppression wailed, the shadows of colonizers loomed, threatening to drown us in the chaos they had wrought. We stood at the precipice of a reckoning, our hearts racing, the echoes of our ancestors roaring in the distance, urging us to rise. And as the darkness pressed closer, I understood. The battle was not merely for our beliefs, it was for the very essence of who we were, for the spirits that still lingered, yearning to be remembered, to be honored. In that moment, with Raina's hand in mine and the weight of history upon our shoulders, we vowed to carry the torch of our ancestors into the night. Together in the swirling chaos, we would fight. The silence could not hold us forever. The stories would rise again, igniting a fire that would light the way to our future, weaving us into the cosmic tapestry of existence. The struggle was just beginning, and like the stars that pierced the night sky, we would shine through the shadows. The clock struck midnight, each chime echoing through the empty streets like the pulse of a heart suspended in fear. The moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel in a sky draped in shadows. I stood there, breathless, in the graveyard that felt like a mouth opened wide, waiting to swallow me whole. A whisper cut through the stillness, chilly and sharp, pulling at the edges of my sanity. "Help me," it sighed, a voice that belonged to the lost. I wasn't alone. Sarah stood beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting the silver glow of the moon. She had always been the brave one. "It's just the wind," she murmured, but I saw the tremor in her fingers, clutching the pendant around her neck, a talisman against the dark. Yet, we both knew that the ghosts of our past were far more formidable than any chill in the air. We were haunted, but by what? By whom? And then there was Mark, crouched near a headstone, his hands shaking. The weight of his grief pressed down like stones he couldn't lift. "I shouldn't have come," he whispered, his voice cracking, echoing the very sentiments that lodged themselves in my throat. He was wrestling with demons that I feared I'd never understand. I stepped closer, my heartbeat sinking with the rustling leaves, each thrum a reminder of lives that had slipped away, like sand through fingers. "Do you feel it?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. The air was thick, woven with memories and regrets, and it felt like we were standing on a precipice. Ghosts were not just spirits, they were the weight of our choices, the specters of what could have been. Sarah nodded slowly, eyes glassy with unshed tears, as if she carried the burden of 1,000 sorrows. "I can't shake the feeling that they want something from us," she said, the conviction in her voice battling against her trembling frame. The shadows danced around us, teasing the edges of our consciousness. I glanced at the headstone. Mark was near. It bore a name that sparked a flicker of recognition, a friend lost too soon to a cruel twist of fate. The stories of his laughter, his dreams, those vibrant echoes now mere whispers in the dark. I remember how we used to joke about the absurdity of life. They bathed once a year. Romance was earthy, I had laughed, dismissing death as a distant shadow. But now, death was here, breathing down our necks, a wicked reminder of how fragile we are beneath the stars. "Why do you think they linger?" Mark asked, his voice so soft it almost dissolved into the night. The question hung in the air like a thick fog. I thought of my own ghosts, the ones that clawed at my heart in the quiet of the night, the ones that made me question every decision I ever made. I remembered the moment I lost my mother, the way time warped and twisted, how I had begged the universe for just one more moment, one more laugh, one more embrace. I felt the aching void that marked her absence. They're tied to us, I replied, my voice unsteady. They're here because we haven't let go. A chill swept through the graveyard, and the darkness thickened, almost palpable. I could hear the whispers now, clearer, more insistent. Help me, they were calling, asking for solace, for understanding, for something I wasn't sure I could give. I turned to Sarah, who stood frozen, eyes wide, caught between the living and the lost. We can't leave them, she finally breathed, horror and determination mingling in her gaze. Mark's shoulders slumped, defeat settling over him like a shroud. What can we do? His voice broke, a fissure of despair. I stepped toward him, reaching out, my fingers brushing against his. We must listen, I said, the words tumbling out like a desperate prayer. We must honor them, remember them. The air shifted, a gust of wind swirling around us, tugging at our clothes, wrapping us in its ghostly embrace. I could feel my heart racing, each beat a reminder of the living. But as I stood there, I knew we were crossing a threshold. The boundaries between our world and theirs blurred, and I felt the weight of their presence, pressing close, enveloping us, demanding to be seen. Do you remember that summer? I asked suddenly, grasping for light amidst the darkness. The one by the lake, when everything felt possible. Sarah's eyes brightened, a flicker of life returning as the veil of sorrow lifted, even if just for a moment. The campfire, the songs, and the way the stars seemed to stretch forever. Yes. Mark joined in, his voice finding strength in shared memory. We were invincible then. The ghosts around us shifted, listening, waiting. The laughter of that summer echoed in my mind, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. They want us to remember, I said, a chill running down my spine as the realization settled. They want us to live for them. The whispers faded, and for a heartbeat, the night felt alive with possibility. The weight of grief was still there, heavy and relentless, but there was also love, an aching, pulsing love that refused to be extinguished. I could feel my heart thrumming in the cold night air, echoing the stories of those lost. As the clock tolled once more, the shadows began to retreat, hesitant, as if bidding us farewell. In that moment, I understood that the afterlife was not just a realm of spirits, it was a tapestry woven from the memories we dared to cherish, the connections we forged in life, and the echoes of laughter that defied time. Mark stood taller now, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes, and Sarah's grip on her pendant softened, the talisman no longer a shield but a bridge. Together, we turned toward the path leading us away from the gravestones, leaving behind the whispers of those lost, but carrying their essence within us, forever intertwined. The night whispered secrets, the stars twinkled knowingly, and our hearts pulsed with the rhythm of life, fragile yet fierce, embracing both the laughter and the sorrow, holding on to everything that made us human. The ghosts were not gone, they walked with us, vibrant and real, as we stepped back into the world, a world that would never be the same again. A clock ticks in the cold, dim room, cutting through the silence like a knife. Two souls sit across from each other, tension thrumming between them, a taut wire ready to snap. Jason's hands tremble, the weight of his father's death heavy on his heart, a void where laughter once lived. Across from him, Miriam, a child of shattered faith, stares into the abyss of her own doubts, her faith fraying like an old, worn-out tapestry. They are trapped in a moment, a nexus of grief and longing, where belief and despair clash like thunder in the night sky. I just don't know anymore, Jason whispers, his voice cracked, the rawness of his vulnerability slicing through the air. The words hang, heavy and oppressive, like the air before a storm. He remembers the sound of his father's laughter, the way it echoed through the halls of their home, warm and inviting. But now, silence swallows the memories, leaving only the echo of loss. Is there even an afterlife? Did he find peace? Miriam's heart aches for him, but her own wounds bleed through the cracks of her composure. Memories flood her mind, tangled and chaotic, a vibrant childhood filled with faith, a mother who believed in the power of prayer, and a father who sought solace in the pages of ancient texts that promised eternity. Yet now, in the shadow of doubt, those texts feel like empty shells. What if there's nothing, she murmurs, the admission a ghost that lingers in the room, a spectre that refuses to be exorcised. The room grows colder, time stretching like a pulled taut string, wrapping around their throats. Outside, the world spins on, oblivious to their torment. It's just another Tuesday night in the city, cars honking, the distant wail of sirens, life pushes forward. But here, in this moment, the cosmos seems to whisper, taunting them with its indifference. I remember, Jason's voice falters, the images surfacing like bubbles in a tumultuous sea. The last time I saw him. He smiled, and I thought I had more time. The confession unravels between them, a raw thread of grief, a heartbeat echoing in the void. He runs a hand through his hair, the gesture frantic, desperate. And now I'm just here, lost, drowning in what ifs. Miriam shifts, the weight of her own struggles pressing against her ribs, constricting her breath. I remember that too. When my mother died, I thought the world would stop. But it didn't. The sun rose the next day, and I felt so small. Her voice cracks, the fragility of her faith laid bare. I thought I'd see her again, somewhere, anywhere, but now. What if there's just darkness? The shadows in the room deepen, drawing closer, whispering secrets that claw at their sanity. Outside, the city lights flicker like stars trying to pierce through the suffocating gloom. Jason glances at the clock, a relentless reminder of time slipping away, grains of sand in an hourglass breaking free, one by one. What if we're just shadows, fading into nothingness? Ghosts of our own making. Miriam's eyes widen, a flash of fear igniting within her. Then what are we fighting for? Is it all just for nothing? The question hangs in the air, an unanswered prayer that reverberates through their very beings. The silence stretches, thick and suffocating, wrapping around them like a heavy fog. I refuse to believe that, Jason says, a sudden fire igniting in his chest. There has to be something more. A reason for all this pain. His voice rises, passion bleeding into his words, drowning out the darkness that looms. Maybe it's all just a trial. Maybe we're meant to struggle, to fight our way through this life, to earn a place in whatever comes next. Miriam's heart races at his fervor, the raw emotion igniting something dormant within her. But what if there's no reward? What if all we leave behind are broken pieces? Her words are a waterfall, cascading into despair, drowning her in memories of faith turned to dust. Jason slams his fists on the table, the sound reverberating like a gunshot. Then we make our own meaning. We're not just victims of fate. The intensity in his eyes sparks something in Miriam, a flicker of hope amidst the shadows. We can create a legacy of love, of kindness. Maybe that's what matters most, how we treat each other, how we remember those we've lost. Tears brim in Miriam's eyes, a storm of emotions clashing within her, a battle between despair and hope, faith and doubt. But what if we fail? What if we fall short? What if, no? Jason interrupts, his voice a fierce whisper, the fire in his heart igniting the darkness around them. What if we soar? What if we rise beyond this pain? What if we find peace in the chaos? Each word is a lifeline, pulling her back from the edge of despair, a promise of something greater than the sum of their fears. Time holds its breath, a stillness enveloping them, the universe pausing for just a heartbeat. The shadows whisper secrets that are not theirs to know, and for a moment, everything feels possible. They are two souls adrift, but they are not alone. The bond between them is a fragile thread, but it shines with a fierce light, illuminating the darkness that seeks to consume them. I remember, Miriam's voice is a whisper, but it carries the weight of 1,000 prayers. I remember my mother's smile, the way she spoke of heaven, of love everlasting. Maybe, just maybe, that's what I should hold on to. A flicker of belief ignites within her, fragile yet fierce. Jason nods, his heart pounding in rhythm with her words, the promise of connection, of shared struggle. Then let's hold on to that. Together. The weight of their grief transforms, twisting into something more, a shared journey, a stepping stone through the darkness. But just as light begins to penetrate the shadows, the clock chimes ominously, interrupting their fragile moment. It tolls like a funeral bell, a reminder that time waits for no one, dragging them back to their reality, where answers remain elusive, and the heartache still lingers. As they sit in that room, echoes of the past intertwining with hopes for the future, they realize that the soul trials may never end. The afterlife, whatever it may be, remains an enigma, a haunting melody that plays on, inviting them into the abyss, daring them to believe in something greater, something worth fighting for, even in the face of overwhelming darkness. The clock ticks, a slow and merciless heartbeat echoing through the dimly lit room. Shadows stretch and contort against cracked walls, as if whispering the secrets of lives lost, lives remembered. I stand amidst the sterile scent of antiseptic, where the whir of machines is punctuated by the shallow breaths of the dying. Every inhale is a prayer, every exhale, a goodbye. The air is thick with the weight of unspoken words, and I feel it pressing down, wrapping around my throat like a noose. Evelyn, the nurse, stands at the foot of the bed, her fingers trembling over the controls of the life support machine. She glances up at me, eyes wide and brimming with dread. "It's time," she whispers, and her voice cracks like fragile glass. I want to scream, to shake her and insist that there's still more time, but her gaze says it all. She's seen this before, too many times. I remember the first time I met her. Her laughter was like sunbeams on a winter morning, so warm it melted away the chill of despair. Now, though, the laughter has fled, leaving only the hollow echo of what was. And then there's Marcus, my brother, lying in the bed, a ghost of his former self. I remember when he was a wildfire, a whirlwind of energy. Now, his body is wasted, a mere shell that barely clings to the remnants of life. A single tear escapes my eye, tracing a path down my cheek, a testament to the battle we fought against this relentless beast called death. I remember the nights we spent camped under the stars, dreaming of conquering the world. But the universe is indifferent, and those stars now feel like distant memories, cold and unreachable. Evelyn adjusts the foredrip, her hand steady but her heart unraveling. "He's in pain," she murmurs, her voice trembling with a mix of professional detachment and raw emotion. "It's time for the morphine." Each word hits me like a dagger. Time. That tyrant. Time that steals joy and leaves behind echoes of laughter. "No," I plead, the word a desperate gasp escaping my lips. "Not yet. Please, just a little longer." The machines pulse around us, a mechanical orchestra playing the symphony of death. I steady myself, glancing at the clock. Time is a thief, and tonight it feels particularly cruel. I remember when we were children, believing we were invincible, laughing in the face of mortality. But now, the fragility of life is a bitter pill to swallow. Each tick of the clock is a reminder of the ticking bomb we call existence. "Please, Marcus," I croak, bending over him, desperate for a flicker of recognition. "Fight." But his eyelids flutter, his breath hitches, and I wonder if he can hear me. If he knows I'm here. The memories flood back, our childhood antics, the time he dared me to jump off the roof into the pool, the way he always knew how to make me laugh. Evelyn's hand rests on my shoulder, a grounding presence amidst the chaos. "You have to let him go," she whispers, her voice a fragile thread that threatens to snap. "Sometimes, the most loving thing we can do is to say goodbye." But how do you say goodbye to a piece of yourself? How do you let go of the dreams you spun together, the future that now feels like a distant star, flickering and fading? I remember the warmth of his hand in mine, the promises we made beneath the endless sky. "I'll always be here for you," I had said. But what does always mean when faced with the finality of death? The room grows colder, a creeping chill that wraps around my spine. I look at Marcus, his chest rising and falling in a fragile rhythm. And in that moment, I see him not just as my brother but as a soul caught between the worlds, the biological and the spiritual. It's a dance of existence, the heartbeat of life juxtaposed against the silence of the void. Evelyn's voice trembles as she prepares the morphine. "It's going to be okay," she assures me, but I can hear the uncertainty lacing her words. I remember how she believed in the beauty of life, how she would tell me that death is merely a transition, a door opening into something beyond. But as I look at Marcus, I can't help but wonder if that door is locked, if beyond it lies only darkness. I remember the first time I confronted death. It was a stray dog, lifeless in the street, its body still warm. I thought I would be brave, but the sight shattered me. I vowed to never let myself feel that helpless again. Yet here I am, helpless as Marcus fades away. I'm left grasping for the threads of hope, the promise of something more. I reach for his hand, intertwining my fingers with his, feeling the coolness of his skin. I'm here, I whisper, my voice breaking. I'm here. The words hang in the air, a fragile lifeline connecting us. I remember when he taught me to ride a bike, his laughter ringing in my ears as I wobbled and fell. You'll get it, he had said, always the optimist. But what do you do when you're the one who's falling, and there's no one left to catch you? Marcus's breathing becomes shallower, each gasp a reminder of the inevitable. I can feel the weight of his life pressing down on my chest, an unbearable burden. I'm scared, I admit, my voice barely a whisper. The room holds its breath, the machine stuttering in response. Fear is a part of it, Evelyn says, her voice soft yet firm. But you have to find peace in the chaos. I can barely comprehend her words, it feels like trying to grasp smoke. And yet, amidst the storm of emotions, I reach for a glimmer of understanding. Time stops, the world outside fades into a blur. In this moment, it's just the three of us, two souls tethered by love and one soul on the brink of a new beginning. I remember the stars we used to wish upon, their distant light a promise that we are never truly alone, even in the darkest hour. I grasp Marcus's hand tighter, channeling every ounce of love, of hope, of heartache into that simple touch. Your fight isn't over, I whisper, my voice barely more than a breath. You'll always be with me. With those words, I feel the walls of the room begin to dissolve, the boundaries of life and death blurring like a watercolor painting left out in the rain. The clock ticks on, a relentless reminder that this moment, like all moments, is fleeting. And in that eternal heartbeat, I find hope, a flicker of light in the suffocating darkness. I remember the love that binds us, a force stronger than the grip of death. But as I look at Marcus, I know that the fight is far from over. The air is thick with a charged silence, the kind that makes your skin prickle, as if the world is holding its breath, waiting for something monumental to break free. In an outdated apartment, flickering fluorescent lights cast ghostly shadows against cracked walls, where two souls, once vibrant, now frayed, stand at the edge of an abyss. Caroline clutches her phone, her knuckles white, as she scrolls through a series of videos of her deceased sister, Emily, laughing, dancing, alive. Each swipe feels like a dagger plunging deeper into her heart, each laugh a haunting echo that reverberates through her mind like a relentless spectre. I remember the last time I saw her, Caroline whispers, her voice trembling, hardly recognizable. We were at the cafe, her favorite one, the one with the crooked sign. A memory so vivid it almost pulls her back into that moment, yet it drags her deeper into despair. The cafe buzzed with life. Emily's laughter mingled with the clinking of cups, a symphony of existence. Now, all that remains is silence, a void where brightness used to dwell. Across the room, Marcus watches Caroline, his expression a mix of sympathy and frustration. He's been haunted by his own ghosts, his father, whose ghostly presence lingers like stale smoke, and a past he can't escape. You're spiraling, he says, his voice low, almost a growl, as if the words themselves bear the weight of impending confrontation. This obsession with her online presence. It's not her. It's a simulation, a hologram of what was. You're losing yourself in a digital graveyard. But Caroline isn't ready to let go. Grief has a tenacious grip, and she feels the pull of the digital echoes, the curated memories that flicker brightly against the backdrop of her mourning. But Marcus, it feels real. Every video, every post. It's like she's still here. Her voice trembles like a delicate thread, straining to hold onto life, to hold onto Emily. Outside, the city roars with its usual nocturnal chaos, the neon lights like a perverse celebration of life in stark contrast to the dark shadows that linger in their stagnant apartment. The world continues, but here, time seems to warp, slowing down to a crawl, a paradox of digital eternity and human fragility. The glowing screens flicker like fireflies, offering glimpses of hope and despair, memories that refuse to die. I remember the night you told me about the app, Marcus says, the tension weaving through his voice. The one that connects you to your lost ones, recreates them from the scraps of their digital lives. It felt like a miracle then, but what's it doing to you? It's a lifeline, Caroline snaps, her voice sharper than she intended. You don't understand. It's not just an app. It's everything. It's the chance to speak to her, to hear her voice again. Her heart races, a frantic drumbeat against the coldness surrounding them. Marcus shakes his head, frustration boiling beneath the surface. But at what cost? You're getting lost in this illusion. What happens when the battery dies? When the servers shut down? You can't live in a world where memories are just data points. He steps closer, his eyes burning with a mix of anger and desperation. You need to confront the reality of loss. As the words hang heavy in the air, Caroline remembers the first time she confronted her loss. The hospital room, sterile and indifferent, where she grasped Emily's hand, feeling the warmth fade as life slipped away. I wasn't ready to let her go, she breathes, the memory like a knife twisting in her gut. I thought I could keep her with me, that I could defy death just once. The room grows colder, shadows creeping into every corner, a tangible reminder that they are wrestling with forces far beyond their control. Marcus watches her, his heart aching, knowing she's teetering on the edge of a chasm filled with despair. Caroline, you can't fight death with technology. It's an illusion, a distraction. Real grief, real healing, it happens in the silence, in the acceptance. I don't want to accept it, she screams, the words echoing like a thunderclap in the stillness. I want her back. I want to scream at the universe for taking her away. The walls seem to close in, echoing her fury, her heartbreak, raw, unfiltered agony that spills into the air like smoke. The intensity hangs between them, palpable, a tension so thick it feels like it could shatter the fragile fabric of their reality. Marcus's gaze softens, the fight in him faltering. What if you could talk to her one last time? Just once, he asks, his voice gentle, coaxing. Would that be enough? Caroline's breath catches, hope flickering like a candle in the wind. What do you mean? He gestures toward the phone in her hand, the device that had become an extension of her grief, a digital coffin for her memories. There's a way, an underground group. They're experimenting with connecting to the past, using technology to bridge the gap between life and death. The words hang in the air, electric, charged with possibility. But it's dangerous, he warns, a dark shadow crossing his face. It's not just a chat room. People have gone missing. It's risky, Caroline. Risky is all I have left, she replies, the fire rekindling in her voice, a dangerous determination shining in her eyes. If there's a chance. If it means I can hear her one last time, the clock ticks, seconds stretching into eternity. The choice hangs like a noose, between reality and illusion, pain and fleeting hope. Caroline stands on the precipice, heart racing, the world outside oblivious to the battle raging within. Outside, the city continues its relentless pulse, a stark reminder of life that refuses to pause. Shadows swirl and dance, beckoning, whispering dark secrets. The digital age is a double-edged sword, a place where life can intertwine with death, where memories are preserved in a cold ocean of bytes and pixels. As Caroline grips her phone tighter, she feels the weight of the moment settle upon her. In the silence, a ghost of a smile dances on her lips, half hope, half despair, but entirely human. The lines blur, and she realizes that in this new era of afterlife beliefs, she may be on the brink of something terrifyingly beautiful. Let's do it, she whispers, as the glow of the screen illuminates her face, casting flickering shadows that dance across her skin, a haunting reminder that she might be reaching for something she can never truly hold. And in that electrifying moment, the story doesn't end, it loops back into the unknown, a relentless chase through the echoes of existence, where every heartbeat resonates with the eternal question, what truly lies beyond? The wind howled through the gnarled branches of the oak tree behind the crumbling house, a voice of ages whispering secrets carried from another time. I could almost hear it, an echo of voices, the laughter of ancestors mingling with the despair of the living. I stood there, heart racing, pulse hammering in my ears, feeling the weight of generations pressing down on me. They were here, the lost souls, their shadows lurking, waiting for recognition, for remembrance. And in this moment of sheer terror and aching longing, I gripped the aged photograph in my trembling hands, a sepia-toned window into a life I never knew but always felt. My mother's breath was shallow, her eyes darting like startled birds, desperation etched across her face. She was losing herself in a world where our ancestors were both sanctuary and prison. "We have to call them," she whispered, voice quavering, a fragile thread hanging in the air. But how do you summon those who were both kin and specters? How do you invite back the pain while yearning for the comfort? The air thickened as my brother, Daniel, stood to the side, arms crossed, his defiance morphing into something darker. He scoffed at our rituals, dismissing the cracks in our family fabric. "You really think they care?" he spat, his voice a jagged edge of bitterness. "We're just ghosts to them." The bitterness seeped into the room, clashing with the tenderness that clung to the promises of the past. I wanted to scream, to shake him until he felt the pulse of those who came before us, who bled and prayed, who fought for a legacy that we were now forsaking. As I closed my eyes, memories came flooding back like a storm, my grandmother's worn hands kneading dough, her soft lullabies wrapping around me like a quilt. I remember the way she told me stories of her own grandmother, who fled from famine, clutching her child, the weight of survival heavy in her heart. I remember the candlelit vigils held every year, how we would gather around the table adorned with offerings, food, trinkets, photographs, and the scent of incense swirling, curling through the air as if reaching for their spirits. But then, a heaviness pressed down so fiercely it stole my breath. Daniel's discontent brewed like a storm cloud, ready to unleash torrents of rage. "You think they care? Long gone," he yelled, fingers stabbing the air. "They're too busy rotting in the ground to notice us." Each word was a dagger, thrust deep into the soft flesh of memory, and with every stab, the air grew colder, more suffocating. And then it hit me. I had been living in the past. I was the one clinging to the whispers while my brother was breaking free, a phoenix emerging from the ashes of our shared sorrow. But was that freedom? Or a betrayal? I gripped the photograph tighter until the edges bit into my palm, the pain grounding me in the moment. I looked around, the shadows thickening around us, wrapping us in a cloak of ancestral awareness. Each flickering candlelight cast a spell, illuminating the faces of our forebears, those who had woven their lives into the fabric of our existence. They were here, in this room, in our blood, in our fears. I could almost see their eyes, empty yet full of stories, of love and loss, of triumph and tragedy. What if they're waiting? I dared to whisper, breaking the tension like a fragile thread. What if they've come to guide us? The words hung in the air, suspended like a prayer, daring to be answered. Daniel's scowl faltered, just for a moment, and I saw a flicker of something, curiosity, perhaps, or fear, across his face. This wasn't just about the past. It was about us, about who we were becoming. The wind howled again, wailing through the open window like a lament. I felt it in my bones, a call, a beckoning that resonated deep inside. The walls of the house shivered, and the shadows danced, alive with the spirits of the past, those who had known love and loss, who had faced their own demons. They had stood in the same room, perhaps, clinging to hope, yearning for connection, just as we were now. Let's honor them, I urged, my voice breaking. Let's ask for guidance. My mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Daniel's shoulders sagged, the weight of his cynicism collapsing under the pressure of something greater. The truth began to seep in. Ancestor worship wasn't just about remembering, it was about understanding, about finding strength in the stories that shaped us. It was a bridge, a lifeline linking us to our roots while we tried to navigate the stormy seas of modern life. The candles flickered, the shadows whispered secrets, and for the first time, I felt alive, connected, not just to my ancestors, but to my family standing beside me, flawed yet beautiful, each carrying their own burdens. We were a tapestry of humanity, woven together by sorrow and joy, by memories both haunting and healing. In the thickening darkness, we began to chant softly, words learned at my grandmother's knee, the rhythm of reverence igniting something inside us. We remember you. We honor you. With every repetition, the air crackled with energy, the past merging with the present. The shadows grew taller, the wind howled louder, and I felt their presence, a pulse of life intertwining with our own. Daniel's voice joined ours, a reluctant harmony emerging, and in that moment, barriers broke down. I saw him, truly saw him, not just my brother but a vessel of history, a keeper of stories. The ancestors were alive in us, breathing through our fears, our love. There, amidst the flickering lights and shadows, we found a connection, a bond that transcended time. And as the night pressed on, I realized we were not just calling upon the dead, we were embracing their legacy, intertwining their stories with ours, forging a path that honored the past while reaching for the future. The cycle continued, an unbroken thread of humanity stitched together by love, loss, and the unyielding power of remembrance. The wind whispered secrets, the shadows danced, and in that moment, we were all one, lost souls and the living alike, bound by the unending embrace of memory, waiting for the dawn to break. The clock struck midnight, each chime reverberating through the silence like a cruel joke, echoing in the hollow of their hearts. Sarah stood in the dimly lit room, her fingers trembling as she clutched a photograph, their photograph, the one taken at the edge of the sea, just before the world shattered into pieces. James, with his wild hair and crooked grin, had been a part of her soul, and now, that piece felt like a phantom limb, aching with every memory. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch and twist, as if the ghosts of their laughter lingered just beyond the reach of the flickering candlelight. "Do you think he's still out there?" she whispered, her voice barely breaking the oppressive silence. The question hung in the air, heavy and fraught, as if daring the universe to answer. Beside her, Mark shifted, his eyes glassy, the weight of grief settling in his chest like a stone. He had lost more than a friend, he had lost a brother, and now, the abyss of mortality yawned before him, an endless void he could not fathom. "What if he is?" he murmured, a tremor in his voice. "What if we're just here, waiting for something that will never come?" She looked at him, seeing the questions etched into his face, the raw vulnerability that lay beneath his bravado. "He believed in something," she said, her heart racing. "Some kind of afterlife. Belief won't bring him back," he snapped, anger bursting forth like a dam breaking. "What good is faith when we're left holding the shattered pieces?" The candle flickered violently, casting erratic shadows that danced along the walls like lost souls. Sarah's breath hitched, the air thick with unspoken fears. "But what if it's true?" she countered, desperation clawing at her throat. "What if there's more? What if he's waiting for us?" Mark turned away, his silhouette stark against the dim light, shoulders slumped as if the weight of existence had collapsed upon him. "It's easier to believe there's nothing," he muttered, as if saying it aloud would make it real. "At least then, we won't have to suffer the agony of hope." Silence stretched between them, a chasm filled with ghosts and regrets. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful wail that sent shivers down Sarah's spine. She thought of the stars, the countless dots of light scattered across the universe, each one a distant echo of lives lived and lost. "Maybe he's out there, somewhere among the stars," she whispered, as if inviting hope into the darkness. "Or maybe he's just gone," Mark shot back, his voice breaking, a crack in the facade of his stoicism. "Maybe we're just shadows, flickering in the night, waiting to be snuffed out." A shiver ran down her spine. She stepped closer, feeling the heat of his anger, the pain that simmered just beneath the surface. "We can't think like that," she urged, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the tempest. "We owe it to him, to believe, to remember." The room felt stifling, the air thick with unspoken words. Sarah's mind raced, thoughts spiraling like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. "What if we could summon him?" she said suddenly, her voice a whisper, as if the very act of speaking it could make it true. "What if we could reach across the dimensions and—" "Stop," Mark interrupted, his gaze piercing, fierce with a pain she couldn't begin to comprehend. "You think you can just call him back? You think you can toy with the universe like that?" "Maybe it's not about calling him back," she said, her heart pounding fiercely, each beat a drum of defiance against the encroaching despair. "Maybe it's about understanding. About confronting mortality and whatever comes after." Mark's eyes flickered, shadows rising and falling across his face like the passing of time. "What if there is nothing?" he whispered, the raw edge of fear creeping into his voice. What if we just fade away? Like smoke in the wind. The weight of his words pressed down on her, a darkness that wrapped around her like a shroud. But beneath the suffocating gloom, a flicker of something, defiance, sparked within her. Then we fight for every breath, she declared, fierce and unwavering. We fight for every moment, every memory. We live for him. And as those words hung in the air, a silence enveloped them, thick and solemn, yet beneath it, a current of something alive pulsed, an unyielding defiance against the void. The shadows that danced around them felt less threatening now, as if they were witnesses to a battle far older than time itself. I remember the way he laughed, Sarah said suddenly, her voice breaking, a tender smile flickering at the corners of her mouth. How it echoed like music in the night. Like he was singing to the stars. Mark's expression softened, eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had this way of making everything feel alive, he confessed, his voice a whisper, fragile as glass. Like the world was full of possibilities. The candle sputtered again, and for a moment, they stood together in the darkness, bonded by shared memories and a fierce, aching love that transcended the finality of death. They were not alone in their grief, they were part of something larger, an eternal cycle of love and loss, hope and despair. Maybe we can't bring him back, Sarah murmured, her voice trembling. But we can carry him with us. In every laugh, every tear, every heartbeat. Mark nodded, a flicker of understanding passing between them. And just maybe, he's watching. Waiting. His voice grew soft, almost reverent. In some way, he's still here. The shadows twisted around them, a dance of light and darkness, and as the candle flickered one last time, they held tight to the fragile thread of hope, knowing that life, death, and whatever lay beyond were all part of a single, unbreakable tapestry. They would not let fear conquer them. They would not surrender to the void. Together, they took a step forward into the night, the weight of mortality heavy yet somehow liberating, each step echoing with the promise of remembering, of holding on to life. And in that moment, the universe breathed, vast and infinite, ready to unfold its mysteries, ready to embrace them in an eternal dance of existence. The clock ticked mercilessly in the dimly lit room, each second a pulse in the silence. I could hear my heart thundering against my ribcage like a prisoner's desperate plea for freedom. Sitting on the edge of my bed, I watched the shadows dance across the walls, stretching and recoiling like specters caught between worlds. A chill crawled up my spine. I glanced at the photograph on the dresser, a family portrait frozen in a moment of laughter, faces bright and alive. I remember the warmth of those smiles, the echoes of joy. But it felt like a distant memory, a cruel reminder of choices made in shadowy corners of my mind. Staring into the eyes of my sister, Lily, I felt the weight of regret settle like a stone in my stomach. She stood at the precipice of a decision that would alter her existence, or extinguish it entirely. Her breath came in quick, shallow gasps, the air thick with unspoken words. We were both shackled by our pasts, haunted by the ghosts of decisions that loomed like dark clouds threatening a storm. I reached out, but the distance between us felt insurmountable, like trying to bridge an infinite chasm. "Do you remember, Lily?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Remember when Mom would tell us that choices are like dominoes? One small push, and everything falls." Her gaze flickered, teetering between hope and despair. She didn't respond, but I could see the gears turning in her mind. The weight of her potential choices hung heavily in the room, a tangible entity, squeezing the air from my lungs. I fought the urge to reach out again, to pull her back from the precipice that loomed ahead, to protect her from the darkness that beckoned with seductive whispers. Across town, in the heart of the city where the neon lights flickered like dying stars, Marco stood in the center of a crowd pulsing with life. He was a stranger to me yet so familiar. I sensed his turmoil, the restless energy that radiated from him as if he were caught in a current he couldn't escape. I remember when we first met, the laughter and the reckless abandon of youth, but that was before the choices carved lines in his face and shadows in his heart. Before he turned to the dark paths, thinking they were the only ones left. "Every choice is a question," he once said, his voice low and grave, as if he were revealing an ancient secret. "And every answer leads to another choice." Now, he stood with a cigarette dangling from his lips, his fingers trembling as he lit it, the flame flickering against the encroaching darkness. I wanted to scream, to pull him from the abyss that yawned before him, but what right did I have? Choices shape lives, and he was a mosaic of decisions, each fragment a story of its own, some beautiful, some grotesque. A siren wailed in the distance, slicing through the night like a knife. It echoed in my chest, a haunting reminder of mortality. I thought of Lily, of Marco, of how life twisted under the weight of our decisions. Time was a cruel mistress, relentless and unyielding. Everything we did echoed through the cosmos, rippling into the afterlife like stones thrown into a vast, dark lake. I remember the stories, the whispered fears of what awaited after death. The unknown was terrifying, a vast expanse filled with shadows and silence. In those moments, I felt the suffocating grip of anxiety. What if our choices determined not just our lives, but our very souls? What if the afterlife was a reflection of the lives we chose to lead, painted in brushstrokes of our deeds and misdeeds? Suddenly, I was back with Lily, the weight of the moment crashing down like a tidal wave. I could see her struggling, teetering between light and dark, hope and despair. "Please," I begged, my voice raw, "don't follow the path I took." I thought I was invincible, that my choices wouldn't matter. But they do, Lily. They matter more than anything. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "But what if I choose wrong? Then at least you'll know you chose. You fought for something. You lived." I felt the hot sting of tears threatening to spill, the pressure almost unbearable. I wish I could take back everything. The pain I caused. The lives I shattered. But I can't. And neither can you, if you don't choose wisely. Time stretched around us, each second a weight pressing down, a reminder of the urgency that thrummed in the air. I could see the shadows creeping in, whispering lies, tempting her with false promises of safety and security. The clock ticked louder now, a relentless heartbeat, drowning out the world outside. In that moment, I saw her, a fractured reflection of myself. The same fears, the same doubts. But there was a flicker of defiance in her eyes, a glimmer of light pushing through the darkness. Across the city, Marco inhaled deeply, the smoke curling around him like a ghost. I could feel his heart racing, the tension palpable as choices loomed before him like specters in the night. He could walk away, take a step back from the edge, but it would mean facing the pain he'd buried deep within. I remembered the night he chose to dive into a world filled with shadows, the laughter that once bubbled between us now a distant echo. His choices had led him here, to this moment, on the brink of a decision that could either save him or consume him entirely. The city pulsed with life, but I felt his isolation, a drifting ship lost in a storm. I wanted to reach through the veil, wanted to tell him that redemption was possible, that choices could still be made, even at the darkest hour. "Life isn't just about what we choose," I whispered into the void, praying he could hear the urgency in my voice. "It's about how we rise from our choices, how we face the aftermath." But would he listen? Would either of them heed the call of their hearts? The afterlife wasn't merely a consequence, it was a reflection of our deepest truths, an imprint of the lives we led, the choices we embraced or fled from. And as the clock struck midnight, the shadows grew longer, the air thick with uncertainty, I realized this wasn't just about choices. It was a testament to the human spirit, a battle of light against dark, a fight for the very essence of ourselves. I held my breath, caught in the tension, waiting for them to grasp the truth. The echoes of our choices lingered in the air, waiting to shape our destinies, waiting to define our very souls. The night's chill wrapped around me, a haunted whisper of what lay ahead. The air crackled, thick with a tension that felt electric, as the clock struck midnight. Shadows danced on the walls like specters, wrapping around the room in a tight embrace. I stood frozen, heart pounding, a thin sheen of sweat tracing down my back. The echoes of that last desperate scream still rang in my ears, a haunting melody of despair that would not let me go. Outside, a storm brewed, each crash of thunder a reminder that something sinister was lurking just beyond the fragile walls of this crumbling sanctuary. "Do you hear that?" Sarah's voice sliced through the chaos, her eyes wide, pupils dilating as the lightning revealed a momentary glimpse of her fear. She clutched the tattered remains of her sister's diary, the pages frayed and stained, whispering secrets of love and betrayal. It was a pitiful relic, full of dreams overshadowed by the lurking darkness. "We can't ignore it any longer, Adam." I wanted to speak, to reassure her, to offer a glimmer of hope in this suffocating gloom, but the weight in my chest was a boulder, pressing down on my soul. What was there to say? The consequences of our choices loomed over us like the storm clouds racing across the sky. We were trapped in a web of moral quandaries, each thread pulling tighter with every passing moment. "You know we have to make a choice, right?" My voice wavered, betraying the tempest inside. "Yes," she whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf in the wind. "But what if we choose wrong?" Her hand shook as she turned another page, revealing the last words her sister had written. I saw the darkness, and it saw me back. The weight of her sister's fate hung heavy between us, an unspoken truth that both terrified and united us. In the corner of the room, Jason stood with his back to us, staring out the rain-streaked window. He was the wild card, the reckless one whose past choices had led us all here. A flicker of regret danced across his face as he muttered, "You think we can outrun it? The darkness? It'll find us, no matter what." He turned, his eyes reflecting the turmoil within, a mixture of desperation and defiance. "We've made our bed, now we lie in it." A sharp crack of thunder punctuated his words, and I felt the room constrict, as if the walls themselves were closing in. "But we can try," I pleaded, grabbing hold of Sarah's trembling hands. The warmth of her skin ignited something deep inside me, a flicker of courage. "We owe it to her, to find a way to break this cycle." Jason scoffed, the sound laced with bitterness. "And what if breaking it means sacrificing one of us? Are you prepared for that?" The challenge hung thick in the air, a dare that weighed on our hearts. I thought of the countless nights spent wrestling with our choices, our fears spiraling like a tornado. The ethical dilemmas felt as real as the wall of rain outside, pounding relentlessly against the roof, each drop a reminder of the decisions bearing down on us. I remember the stories. I remember the nights spent talking about our dreams, our hopes for the future, I said, desperation clawing at my throat. "We were supposed to be invincible, remember?" I could feel the warmth of Sarah's hand tightening around mine, her breath hitching. "But now, we're trapped in a nightmare of our own making." The lightning illuminated the room, casting Jason's face into sharp relief, revealing cracks in his bravado. "What if our dreams were always a lie?" he whispered, his voice hollow, echoing against the walls. "What if we were never meant to escape this?" I could see his struggle, the weight of his decisions pressing down on him, suffocating. "But we have to try," I urged, my voice rising above the storm. "We owe it to ourselves, to her, to find out what lies beyond this darkness." The storm raged outside, but inside, a different tempest brewed, one of raw emotions, fears, and the haunting specters of choices made. Sarah's eyes glistened as she turned to me, her resolve shimmering like a candle fighting against the winds. "And what if we can't? What if the answer lies somewhere in the darkness? What if it's asking us to make the ultimate sacrifice?" The air thickened with unspoken truths, our hearts pounding in synchrony, creating a rhythm that matched the thunder. I could almost feel the room pulsing with the energy of our shared guilt, our intertwined fates. "Then we face it together," I said, a fierce determination surging through me. "Whatever it may be, we face it together." As the storm's fury intensified outside, the winds howling like banshees, I felt the ground shift beneath me, our tremor of fate, a ripple of destiny. It was then that I realized, sometimes, the darkest trials are the ones that can illuminate the soul. And as we stood on the precipice of our choices, I couldn't help but wonder if the shadows were only reflections of the light we carried within us. In that moment, the storm became a backdrop for our confrontation, not just with the world outside, but with the very essence of who we were, the embodiment of our fears and hopes. Each heartbeat echoed the weight of our past, the choices that had led us to this moment, and the uncertain path that lay before us. The echoes of the storm faded into a haunting silence, and in that eerie stillness, the true confrontation began. It was a battle not just of wills, but of souls, reverberating through the corridors of our hearts, each choice a thread in the tapestry of our lives. As the darkness beckoned, I felt our resolve harden, a fragile alliance forged in the crucible of fear and hope. Time itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for us to decide, and with that, the storm continued to rage, an eternal reminder of the trials yet to come. The wind howled like a banshee, shrill and unrelenting. It swept through the abandoned streets, scraping against the crumbling walls of houses that had once been homes. I stood there, breath fogging in the frigid air, the weight of 1,000 sorrows pressing down on my chest. Before me, two figures faced each other, their shadows dancing grotesquely in the dim light of a flickering street lamp. It was a standoff, one that felt like it had been brewing for years, maybe lifetimes. Evelyn, her fists clenched, eyes aflame with pain and betrayal, was a tempest of raw emotion. Across from her stood Marcus, shoulders hunched like a wounded animal, guilt etched across his face. I could taste the tension, thick and palpable, like the metallic tang of blood in the air. I remember the moment before words erupted, a silence so profound it could swallow the world. "Why can't you just say it?" Evelyn's voice cracked, each syllable tearing through the night like shards of glass. "Why can't you just say you're sorry?" Marcus flinched, a breath caught in his throat as if it held the weight of their shared history, the laughter, the dreams, the spiraling descent into heartbreak. I felt my heart hammering in my chest, a relentless drumbeat urging them to confront the ghosts that haunted them both. Forgiveness hung in the air between them, a fragile wisp of smoke that threatened to dissipate with every passing second. "I didn't mean to hurt you, Evie." His voice, barely above a whisper, broke like brittle bone. "It was never supposed to be this way." "But it was, wasn't it?" The truth loomed like a dark cloud overhead, shadows creeping into the corners of their hearts, tainting every moment they had once cherished. I remember the first time I saw them together, two souls intertwined, laughter echoing through the hallways of their memories. But life, with its brutal twists, had turned joy into ash. "I remember," she said, voice trembling. "I remember the nights we stayed up, dreaming of forever. I remember the way you kissed me under the stars, promising you'd never leave me. And yet here we are, standing in the rubble of our lives, and you can't even say you're sorry." The air crackled with electricity, the kind that pulls you in, leaves you gasping, desperate for resolution. I watched as Marcus's hand shook, the guilt of his silence echoing in the space between them. It was as if the universe paused, time folding upon itself, trapping them in this moment of reckoning. "I thought if I could just bury it deep enough, it would go away," he confessed, his voice cracking like old pavement underfoot. "But it never does it? It's always there, lurking like a ghost, and now, it won't let me breathe." Evelyn's anger melted into something softer, something almost vulnerable. "You have to face it, Marcus. You have to face me." The plea hung heavy in the air, a lifeline thrown into the stormy sea of their brokenness. I could see the conflict tearing at him, a battle fought in the depths of his soul. Forgiveness isn't a simple act, it's a tempest of feelings, a wrestling match with the past, and it demands courage that few possess. I remember the stories of old, heroes who fought dragons, men and women who traversed the darkest chasms, but none was as daunting as the quest for forgiveness. Suddenly, the wind picked up, howling fiercely as if the very heavens were in turmoil. The shadows stretched, clawing at their feet, whispering doubts and regrets. I could see Marcus's resolve waver, his heart a pendulum swinging between the desire to hold on and the need to let go. "I'm scared, Evie," he admitted, the words tumbling out, raw and unfiltered. "Scared of losing you forever, scared of what it means to forgive, what it means for us." His vulnerability hung in the air like a dark cloud, and I could almost taste the fear, bitter and sharp. Evelyn stepped closer, the distance between them shrinking, each heartbeat resonating like a sacred drum. "You're not losing me, Marcus. You're losing the guilt, the shame. Forgiveness is not about forgetting, it's about freeing ourselves from this weight we carry. It's about finding peace in the chaos." I felt the shift, something crackling in the air like electricity just before a storm. The very fabric of their relationship was fraying at the edges, a tapestry woven with love and loss, and in that moment, the threads hung by a single, fragile strand. "I don't know how to forgive," he confessed, eyes brimming with unspoken sorrow. I don't know how to forgive myself. Then let me help you, she whispered, her voice a gentle caress against the jagged edges of his despair. Let's confront this together. You don't have to bear it alone. Tears spilled down her cheeks, glistening like stars against the darkness. I could feel her pain, her longing for resolution, for the healing balm of forgiveness to wash over them. The streets around us faded, the world slipping away until it was just the two of them, suspended in a moment that felt infinite, aching with possibility. In that silence, something shifted. The shadows receded, the storm within them quieting as they faced the truth together. I remember thinking this was it, the crucible of their souls laid bare, the tension morphing into something tender. Forgiveness was not a destination, it was a journey, fraught with peril yet rich with the promise of freedom. And just as I thought they might break through, the night deepened, swallowing their words, drawing them into a vortex of unresolved feelings and haunting memories. The wind whispered like a lover's breath, urging them onward into the abyss, a reminder that the hardest battles are not fought in the world, but in the depths of the heart. Can we? Marcus's voice was a fragile whisper, shaking like a leaf in the wind. Together, Evelyn replied, her voice steady, a lighthouse in the storm. But as they stood there, two souls on the precipice of healing, the shadows crept back, lurking in the corners of their hearts, a reminder that forgiveness is a labyrinth, and while the way may be dark, the light of redemption is always waiting, just beyond the next turn. The clock struck midnight, an unholy hour when shadows grew teeth and whispered secrets. In the flickering light of a dying bulb, Marissa stood, heart hammering in her chest like a prisoner desperate to escape. A breath caught in her throat, thick as the memories that flooded back, sharp and vivid. She could hear the echo of her own laughter, the soft hum of a life she once adored. But laughter felt like a distant star now, obscured by the gnarled branches of regret and fear. The air was electric, charged with unfinished conversations and the weight of things left unsaid. I remember, she murmured, a prayer, or perhaps a curse, as her gaze fell on the empty chair across the table. Empty like the promises she had made, like the love she thought would never fade. But time, the cruel thief, had stolen it all. And there, in that dim room, she was not alone. A presence lurked, a spectre of her past, the ghost of her brother, James, whose laughter had once filled every corner of their home. His face flashed in her mind, hauntingly familiar yet tinged with sorrow. James had loved life with a fierceness that Marissa had never quite understood. He had always been the brave one, the daring one, the one who laughed in the face of shadows. Until the day when the shadows became real, and they had swallowed him whole. The news had come like a thunderclap, ripping through her world, leaving her stranded in a storm of grief. Why didn't I protect you? She felt the weight of the question crushing her, spinning around her like an inescapable web. Just then, the silence shattered. A faint rustle, like the whisper of fabric against skin, crawled under her skin. She turned, and there he stood, his face as pale as the moonlight, eyes dark and soulful, revealing depths of pain that only a brother could carry. Marissa, he said, his voice like velvet dipped in ice. You're not done yet. They were not here to reminisce. The clock continued its relentless ticking, its hands moving toward a confrontation neither of them was ready for. She felt it, that pull, that magnetic force drawing them toward an unyielding trial, the afterlife trials woven into the fabric of their existence. You'll have to face it, you know, James whispered, his gaze unwavering, as if he could see right through her walls. You owe it to us both. Her heart raced as despair clawed at her throat. What if I fail? She breathed, a tremor of fear rippling through her. This wasn't just about her, it was about him, about what he had left undone. The trials were more than tests, they were mirrors, reflecting every flaw, every regret, every shard of a broken promise. Then came Ethan, a man whose presence was like an anchor in the whirlwind of their grief. He stepped out from the shadows, eyes brimming with an understanding that mirrored her own sorrow. I remember, he said, voice low and steady, when we thought we could conquer anything together. His hand reached out, fingers brushing against hers, igniting sparks of warmth in the chilly air. But the warmth felt fragile, like glass teetering on the edge of a precipice. Ethan had once been a part of their laughter, a friend who knew the depths of their joy and despair. But now, they stood together, united by pain, each burdened by their own ghosts. Shadows danced around them, taunting, reminding them of choices made and those left unmade. "If we fail these trials," he began, the gravity of his words hanging heavily in the air. Fear rippled through Marissa as she locked eyes with him. She saw the flicker of doubt in his gaze, the same doubt that haunted her. "I can't lose you too," she whispered, tears threatening to spill over, a storm brewing beneath her fragile surface. The thought of losing another loved one clawed at her heart, a relentless beast. James stepped closer, his presence a balm and a blade. "You won't lose us if you embrace the trials. Only if you run from them." His voice, both soothing and unsettling, echoed in her mind. She was tethered to both him and Ethan, bound by the pain that had woven their fates together. A web of tension tightened around them, each heartbeat echoing the truth they had to confront. "Do you remember the night we stole that car?" Ethan's voice broke the suffocating silence, an attempt to lighten the weight pressing down on them. But even humor felt like a fragile smoke ring, dissipating in the face of their undeniably dark reality. "We thought we were invincible," he continued, his smile tinged with bitterness. "But we were just kids playing with fire." Marissa's heart twisted painfully. And now that fire has turned to ashes. Around them, the shadows pulsed, a reminder of the trials looming ahead. Each moment stretched out like a taut thread, threatening to snap under the weight of their fears. The air grew thick, a swirling tempest of emotion, each breath laden with the memories of what could have been. They were caught in a web of time, spinning, circling back to the same haunting question, what if? "Together," James said, his voice rising above the tempest. "We face it together. No more running." A surge of defiance ignited within Marissa. The trials would not consume them. With resolute hearts, they would stand against the currents of despair, igniting their own flames in the shadows. "Together," she echoed, feeling the bond between them solidify, the air electric with impending confrontation. But outside the confines of their dimly lit room, the world waited, a vast expanse of uncertainty. The trials would come, relentless and unyielding, testing not only their strength but their very souls. Each tick of the clock echoed their resolve, a reminder that every heartbeat counted. The ghosts of their past loomed closer, the afterlife trials whispering promises and threats, binding them in a cycle that refused to end. With clenched hands and hopeful hearts, they stepped forward, ready to confront the darkness. The trials awaited, and there would be no turning back. A storm was brewing, and they were determined to weather it. Together. Forever. The clock struck midnight, the hands shivering like skeletal fingers as they crawled towards the witching hour. In a dimly lit laboratory, surrounded by glass vials filled with unknown substances, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt chemicals, I stood face to face with my own desperation. My heart thudded against my ribs, a frantic drum echoing the primal fear clawing at my throat. The shadows danced along the walls, flickering like memories I couldn't quite reach, taunting me with whispers of what had been lost and what could never be reclaimed. "I can't let her slip away," I murmured, my voice almost swallowed by the grinding silence. Mara, my sister, lay just beyond the threshold, her breath shallow, a delicate flame flickering in the wind. The doctors had shaken their heads, their eyes glazed with pity. "She won't last the week." I had seen the ghostly pallor of her skin, the way her spirit seemed to ebb with each passing hour, like a tide receding from the shore. Mara had always been the wild one, a comet soaring through the cosmos, while I was the grounded anchor, the weary earth beneath her. I remembered the laughter we shared as children, the secrets whispered under the moonlight, her vibrant spirit igniting something in me that I thought had long extinguished. Now, as I watched her fade, I felt the weight of my own existence pressing down with an unbearable ferocity. Across the room stood Dr. Elias Jones, his lab coat drenched in the sweat of desperation. His eyes, dark and fathomless, held the burden of knowledge that seemed to stretch beyond the limits of humanity. "We're on the brink of something extraordinary," he had said just days before, and I had clung to those words as if they were a lifeline. Immortality, a chance to live beyond the confines of this fragile flesh. But at what cost? A chill swept through the room as the fluorescent lights flickered. I could sense Mara's presence even when she was just outside, a spectral thread connecting us. I remembered the way her laughter echoed like a melody, free and unencumbered. But that was before the illness. Before the shadows crawled into her veins, before her spirit began to dim. "Tell me the truth, Elias," I pleaded, my voice a jagged whisper. "Can you really do this? Can you bring her back?" He turned, his face a mask of conflict. The flickering lights cast shadows across his brow, and for a moment, I saw the fear reflected in his eyes. "It's not that simple," he said, the words heavy with meaning. "The quest for immortality is fraught with peril. We might not be able to bring her back as she was. Do you think I care?" I shot back, the desperation spilling over, a torrent of raw emotion that threatened to drown me. "I just want her back. I'll take whatever you can give. Even if it's a shadow of the sister I once had." Elias looked away, the weight of his own failures etched deep into his soul. "There's a price," he said softly, almost as if he feared the very words that escaped his lips. "Life for life. Nothing comes without sacrifice." Sacrifice. It hung in the air like smoke, thick and choking. I felt the world constrict around me, a noose tightening, squeezing out the breath of reason. I remembered the stories, the myths of ancient gods who played with the threads of life, weaving destinies and curses. They spoke of elixirs and potions, of the fruit that granted eternal life but at a staggering cost. I could almost hear the echoes of those tales, whispering through the crevices of time. In that moment, Mara's fragile breath was a siren call, pulling me into an abyss. I had lost so much already. My heart trembled with the weight of it, the loss of a future we had planned together, the laughter that would never ring through our home again. The thought of living without her was a darkness I couldn't bear. As I took a step closer to Elias, a sudden clarity struck me. What if I didn't just seek to save her? What if I sought to understand what it meant to truly live? What if I could harness the darkness in a way that would transform it? The idea struck me like lightning, illuminating the shadows of my doubt. But the thought was intoxicating, seductive. What if I could become something more? Not just a brother, but a vessel of eternity? The room trembled with possibility. I could feel the ground beneath me shifting, the very fabric of existence warping like a dream. The tantalizing lure of immortality, the promise of transcending mortality, twisted in my gut. My fingers trembled as I reached for the vials on the counter, shattering the glass, watching the liquid pool like blood on the floor. I didn't care about the pain, the consequences. I was ready to dive headfirst into the abyss. "You don't understand what you're doing," Elias warned, his voice laced with urgency. "You could lose everything." But I had already lost everything. I was already standing on the precipice, teetering on the brink of despair and hope. I could feel the universe folding in on itself, echoes of ancient echoes resonating within me, myth and science intertwining like lovers in a timeless dance. The clock continued its relentless ticking, but I could feel time dissolving, expanding, contracting, all at once. And then came the moment, an electric pulse that sent shivers down my spine. I turned to the door, where Mara's fragile figure stood framed in the doorway, a specter of what once was. "Help me," she whispered, her voice threading through the darkness like a ghostly lament. "Don't let me go." In that heartbeat, I knew the truth. Immortality was not a gift, it was a curse, a gamble against the very nature of existence itself. Yet here was my sister, a tether to my humanity, begging me to save her from the abyss. With every ounce of my being, I felt the pull, the magnetic force of love and fear colliding within me. As I stepped toward her, I could taste the bitter tang of destiny on my tongue, and the shadows whispered their dark secrets in the corners of my mind. I had crossed the threshold, and there would be no turning back. The darkness awaited, ready to envelop us both, as I reached out, desperate to grasp the remnants of what we once were. Would I become the monster or the savior? The answer danced just out of reach, hidden in the folds of time, wrapped in the echoes of our shared past. And as I took that first step into the unknown, I felt the universe hold its breath, the weight of centuries resting on my shoulders. The quest for immortality had begun, and it would consume us all. The air hummed, thick with tension, as the clock tower struck midnight, its chime reverberating through the alleyways of a town that had long forgotten the softness of laughter. Shadows crept along the cobblestones, stretching like tendrils of despair, reaching for the three figures standing at the center of a gathering storm. Each heartbeat pulsed with urgency, each breath felt like it could shatter the fragile stillness around them. "I can't do this," Sarah whispered, her voice quaking like a leaf caught in a tempest. Her hands trembled, fingers brushing against the worn fabric of her sleeves. In that moment, she was a mere flicker of light on the edge of darkness. The weight of her heartache threatened to consume her, memories of lost friends, echoes of laughter that now felt like ghosts haunting her every step. "They're counting on me. But what if I fail?" Across from her, Jace stood firm, though the battle raged within his eyes. His jaw clenched as he stared into the abyss of uncertainty. "You won't fail. You can't. Not this time." The crack in his voice belied his deep-set fears, the shadow of guilt lurking behind every word. He had lost too much already, his sister, his sense of purpose. Each loss carved deeper lines into his soul, each memory a reminder that sometimes, to survive, you had to confront the demons you wished would stay buried. Anita watched her friends, her heart a kaleidoscope of emotions, spinning wildly. What if we're too late? What if we miss the chance? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting the moonlight like shards of glass. She felt every second tick by, each moment pulling them further into the void. The weight of the community they had built together pressed down on her shoulders, a collective burden of hope and anguish. "They're waiting for us. We have to be there." A silence stretched, thick and suffocating, as the clock continued its relentless toll. It felt like an executioner's gavel, sealing their fate. Sarah closed her eyes, drawing in a shaky breath. "I remember the last time we tried to help someone. How it all went wrong." The words hung heavy in the air, a haunting refrain that echoed the past. The night had turned into a funeral procession, shadows dancing around them, laughter turned to screams, and hope crumbling into dust. Jay stepped forward, his voice a low growl. "This isn't about the past. It's about now. The people who need us. The souls wandering in the darkness." His words cut through the haze of doubt, igniting a fire within them. "We can't let fear dictate our actions. We have to be the light." Anita nodded, feeling the flicker of determination spark inside her. "Together, we're stronger. We can't carry this weight alone." The unyielding bond of their friendship wrapped around them like a shield, ironclad against the despair threatening to shatter their resolve. She could already sense the shadows retreating, whispers of hope beginning to weave through the air. But the clock continued to tick, relentless and unforgiving. They dashed down the alley, feet pounding against the ancient stones, hearts racing in time with the rhythm of their shared fear. Memories bled together, each step a reminder of why they fought. They were more than just friends, they were a lifeline. The tight-knit community they had built was the very foundation on which they stood. They emerged onto the main street, the town's heartbeat pulsing around them. The flickering streetlights cast eerie shadows, and for a moment, the world felt suspended in time, hanging on the brink of something monumental. But the air was electric with the weight of unvoiced fears. Jace's voice cut through the silence again. "We can't hesitate. Not now." "Right," Sarah murmured, fear clawing at her insides. "But what if we're not enough?" The vulnerability in her voice echoed through the silence, a raw wound laid bare. A flicker of doubt danced through Anita's mind, but she pushed it aside. "We are enough. We have to believe that." The warmth of her friend surrounded her like a cocoon, suffocating yet safe. They had faced the worst together. Could they weather this storm? Could they help those souls lost in their despair? They reached the edge of the town, and the air turned heavy, thick with the weight of expectations and the cries of the lost. A flickering candle in a sea of darkness, a beacon of hope amidst the chaos. The shadows stretched long, whispering threats, but within the grip of fear, they found their power. In that moment, everything shifted. The past hung between them, the ghosts of their failures mingling with the promise of redemption. They could feel the pulse of the community, their community, drawing them forward, urging them to take that leap into the unknown. Each heartbeat thudded like a drum, calling them to action. "I remember when we first started," Jay said, his voice steady now. "The night spent talking about what we could do. It all felt so far away, so impossible." He looked at Sarah, then at Anita, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. "But we did it. Together. And we can do it again." The air crackled with energy, vibrant and alive. Shadows trembled, flickering against the backdrop of their resolve. They were warriors, bound not just by blood but by shared dreams, by the sacred duty to protect one another from the void. "Together," Sarah echoed, her voice stronger, igniting the fire within them. "Let's go." And with that, they stepped into the night, leaving behind the echoes of their fears, striding toward the gathering storm that awaited them. The darkness loomed, but they were no longer just three souls wandering aimlessly. They were a force, a community forged in heartache and triumph, and they would rise to meet the challenge head-on, whatever it would bring. For in the end, it was the bonds they forged that would carry them through, each heartbeat a testament to their strength, every breath a promise of hope. Rain fell like 1,000 whispers, each droplet a haunting echo of the past. The air was thick with an electric tension as Sarah stood at the edge of the old cemetery, her heart pounding like a war drum against her ribcage. Shadows twisted and danced beneath the ancient oaks, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, beckoning her to step closer. She could almost hear the voices of the departed, murmuring secrets of the afterlife, weaving tales of light and darkness that chilled her to the bone. She had come here searching for answers, chasing the ghost of her mother, one last flicker of warmth in the freezing grip of grief. Sarah was never one to believe in the mystical, she scoffed at the idea of ethereal beings and divine judgments. Yet, here she stood, clinging to the edge of reason, heart racing with unshed tears and unspoken words. The teachings of spiritual leaders whispered in her mind, their words swirling like a tempest, "What lies beyond is not to be feared." But how could she not fear it? How could she not tremble at the thought of surrendering everything she had ever known? And then there was Mark, her older brother, standing a few steps behind, a rock in his own stormy sea of doubt. He was a skeptic, a cynic, yet his eyes were glassy with unshed emotion, each blink a desperate attempt to contain the deluge. "What if there's nothing, Sarah? What if we're just gone?" His voice cracked, revealing the fissures of his bravado. They had always been different, he, the pragmatist, she, the dreamer, but now, in this sacred space, they were united by a shared terror that gnawed at their hearts. "I remember the stories," Sarah whispered, the words barely escaping her lips. "The tales of the great sages who spoke of the light. I remember how they said the soul is eternal." She closed her eyes, summoning the voices of those ancient spiritual leaders, Buddha, Jesus, the shamans of old. But what if it's just empty? What if we reach out and find nothing? The thought clawed at her insides, twisting like a knife. A breeze swept through the cemetery, rustling the leaves and carrying with it a chill that sank its fangs into Sarah's skin. It was as if the earth itself mourned, and in that moment, she felt the weight of history pressing down upon her. She saw the faces of the long gone, flickers of lives lived, loves lost. Each grave marker a testament to the whispers of life, each name etched in stone a reminder that existence was fleeting, fragile like a candle in the dark. Mark took a step forward, breaking the spell. "What if they're wrong?" His voice was almost a growl, a challenge thrown into the void. "What if we're just dust? No heaven, no hell. Just the silence of oblivion." The words hung between them, heavy and suffocating, and Sarah felt an ache in her chest, a longing for something, anything, to hold on to. "Do you want to believe that?" she shot back, her voice rising like a phoenix from the ashes of despair. "Do you want to think that all of this, the love, the laughter, the pain, means nothing?" A fiery heat coursed through her veins, she was alive, breathing, feeling. The thought of an empty abyss was unbearable. "Maybe it's not about what we want," Mark snapped, frustration and fear mingling in his tone. "Maybe it's just what is. Look around. These are all people who thought they mattered." The bitterness hung in the air, stinging like a fresh wound. Silence enveloped them, thick and oppressive, as if the very universe paused to listen. In that silence, Sarah felt the shadows grow, stretching and twisting, threatening to consume them. "What if we could find a way to communicate?" she said suddenly, her voice trembling, but filled with a flicker of hope. "What if we could reach out to the other side and know?" The word slipped out, an incantation to the dark. Mark's expression softened, just a fraction. "And if we find nothing? If we hear nothing?" "I would rather know," she replied, her voice a fierce whisper against the storm, "than live in the uncertainty, in this limbo." As if summoned by her determination, the wind picked up, swirling leaves in a wild dance around them. The air crackled with energy, and Sarah's heart raced. In that moment, under the watchful gaze of the moon, she felt a pulse, a thrum in the very fabric of existence itself. It was the heartbeat of something greater, something waiting just beyond the veil of this world. "Do you think they're listening?" Mark asked, a tremor of vulnerability creeping into his words. "I don't know," Sarah breathed, her heart a drumbeat against the night. "But I have to believe that they are. That they can hear us." Each word felt like a prayer, a plea cast into the cosmos, seeking the solace of understanding. As they stood together, the weight of their fears and hopes mingling in the cool night air, the graveyard morphed into something ethereal. The shadows that once threatened to consume them were now a tapestry of memories, weaving together the past, present, and a hint of what might be. In this sacred place of loss, they sought not just answers, but a bridge, a connection to the souls that lingered, to the teachings of the wise who spoke of love transcending the mortal coil. But just as the intensity of their resolve reached a crescendo, lightning split the sky, a blinding flash illuminating the gravestones in a ghostly glow. In that fleeting moment of brilliance, something shifted, an undeniable presence, an echo of longing, perhaps. "Did you see that?" Sarah gasped, breathless and wide-eyed. "Yeah," Mark whispered, his voice barely audible above the tumult of the storm. His gaze was locked on the space just beyond the reach of their understanding, where shadows whispered and possibilities danced. And in the storm's fury, in the embrace of their shared fear, they stood at the precipice of belief and disbelief, bound by the threads of love, loss, and the desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, the afterlife wasn't just a void, but a continuation of something beautiful, beyond the grave. With hearts racing, they felt the winds of fate shift around them, urging them into the unknown, a path illuminated by the flickering hope of what might lie ahead. The clock struck midnight, its deep, resonant chime echoing through the hollow corridors of an old, crumbling mansion. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering like memories on the edge of consciousness. In that eerie silence, a breath caught in my throat, the air thick with the weight of whispers long forgotten. I stood there, heart racing, frozen in a moment that felt both unsettling and electric, as if the very walls were watching, waiting for the storm to break. "Are you ready?" The voice cut through the gloom like a blade. It was MIA, her eyes wild, glistening with a fervor that both thrilled and terrified me. She was the kind of person who lived life at the edge, the kind who would jump from cliffs just to feel the rush of the wind. But tonight, in this house steeped in secrets, I saw the cracks in her bravado. Behind her fierce exterior lay a girl who had battled demons, real and imagined, and was growing weary of the fight. "Ready?" I echoed, the word tasting bitter on my tongue. "For what? A reckoning?" MIA laughed, but it was empty. "No," she said, glancing down the dim hallway where the shadows seemed to thicken. "For the truth. Whatever that is." And there it was, the truth, that elusive spectre that haunted us both, lurking just out of reach yet so seductively close. I felt the pulse of dread beat in tandem with my heart as I thought of our third companion, Evan, who was still upstairs in the attic, wrestling with his own ghosts, or maybe more accurately, his own fears. The attic had been a refuge for him, a place to hide from the world, a world that had betrayed him in ways too deep to articulate. I remembered the way he had looked the last time we met, eyes glazed, haunted, like a man who had stared into the void and been swallowed whole. "He needs us," I whispered, more to myself than to MIA, feeling the weight of that responsibility settle heavily on my shoulders. MIA nodded, her face a mask of determination. "Then we go." With each creak of the floorboards, I felt the air grow heavier, weighted with our shared fears and unspoken words. I could almost hear the echoes of laughter from the days we naively believed we could conquer anything, the innocence of our youth slipping like sand through our fingers. I had to wonder, how did we go from reckless joy to this suffocating tension, this constant dance with despair? As we climbed the stairs, I caught glimpses of our past, Evan's laughter echoing in the backyard, MIA daring us to jump into the lake on a hot summer day, the sun warming our souls. But now, shadows stretched across our memories, mingling with the dust of forgotten dreams. It was a chaos of laughter turned to tears, joy warped into sorrow. The attic door creaked open, and the chill of the air seeped into my bones. Evan sat in the corner, surrounded by crumpled papers and empty bottles, the remnants of his battle laid bare. "You shouldn't have come," he muttered, voice hoarse, a whisper of the boy he once was. "Evan," I said softly, stepping closer. "We're here for you. We're not leaving." He looked up, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of recognition, a spark of hope amidst the shadows. "You think you can save me," he scoffed, but there was no malice in his tone, only weariness. "You don't know what I've done." "Tell us," MIA urged, her voice steady even as her hands trembled slightly at her sides. "Tell us everything." The silence that enveloped us felt thick, like the air before a storm. Then, Evan's eyes shimmered with unspilled tears, and the dam broke. I remember every moment I thought I could outrun my past, every time I thought I could bury it deep enough that it wouldn't haunt me. Each confession was a blade, slicing through the layers he had built around himself. "I remember the day I lost my sister," he breathed, the words escaping like the last breath of a dying man. "The night she didn't come home. The way my parents fell apart. I was supposed to protect her. How could I have let her slip away?" And with each word, I felt the weight of his grief settle over me like a suffocating shroud. It was more than a memory, it was a wound, raw and pulsing. The walls of the attic seemed to shudder under the weight of his sorrow, the shadows creeping closer, ready to consume us all. "I remember," I began, but the words caught in my throat. I had my own scars, my own shadows. I remember the day I thought I was free, only to find the chains were tighter than ever. The room was thick with our confessions, a tapestry of pain and heartbreak spun from our shared histories. Time slipped away, moments blending and overlapping like an echo in an empty room. In that attic, we confronted our demons, the darkness swirling around us, manifesting in whispers and shadows. It was then that MIA reached out, her hand trembling as it found Evan's. "You don't have to face this alone," she said, voice breaking, the vulnerability crashing over her like a wave. "We can face it together. We've survived this long. We can keep fighting." But Evan's gaze turned inward, lost in the storm of his thoughts. "What if I can't?" he asked, almost a plea, and my heart twisted at the rawness of his fear. In the depths of the room, the clock continued its relentless ticking, a reminder that time was slipping away, that we were running out of moments to save him. "You can," I whispered fiercely. "We will pull you back from the edge." His eyes met mine, and for a heartbeat, I saw a flicker of what could be a promise forged in the fires of our shared pain. But beneath that glimmer, the shadows loomed, darker than ever, whispering doubts that called around us like serpents. I felt the pressure of the moment swell, a storm on the horizon, and I knew we were teetering on the brink of something monumental. The confrontation was coming, a reckoning neither of us could predict. Would we break apart, or could we weave our hearts back together, threadbare but whole? The air crackled with tension, as if the very universe held its breath, waiting for our next move. And just like that, the room felt impossibly small, every shadow a reminder of the battles we had yet to face. The clock chimed again, its echo vibrating through us, a heartbeat in the silence of the impending storm. The room was silent, heavy with the gravity of unspoken words. I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second slicing through the air like a knife. Dr. Evelyn Harrington sat across from me, her fingers trembling slightly, a reflection of the tumult brewing inside her. It was the silence before a storm, charged with anticipation, and we both knew it. Her eyes, usually so filled with the fire of scientific inquiry, now shimmered with a veil of doubt, a haunting question lingering just beyond her grasp. What if we're wrong? I remember the night Skylar died. The call came like a scream shattering glass, a shiver racing up my spine as I crumpled into the chair, the weight of it all pressing down like the very universe itself had collapsed upon me. He was young, bright, full of promise. Now he was just gone. I remember the way the world outside that hospital window blurred, traffic lights smeared into garish streaks, a grotesque painting of life continuing while ours came to a sudden, jarring halt. And in that moment, everything shifted, and I stood at the brink of reality, a thin line between what I believed and what I wished to believe. Evelyn broke the silence, her voice a whisper that seemed to echo against the walls. "I've been looking into past life regressions," she said, the words tumbling out as if she were afraid of their weight. "There are studies, evidence, some of it compelling. Children recalling lives they never lived." Her eyes searched mine, desperate for validation. What if there's more? What if there's something beyond this life? I wanted to scream, to claw at the walls, to deny the very fabric of existence. I had always clung to science, the tangible, the provable. But now, as I thought of Skylar's laughter, his dream snuffed out like a candle extinguished too soon, I felt the chasm widen. What if the end wasn't the end? I could feel the tendrils of hope creeping in, a dangerous and beautiful thing that threatened to unravel my very soul. Like a ghost, I remembered nights spent in the company of friends in dimly lit bars, our laughter swirling like smoke rings in the dark, while we tossed back drinks and mused about the universe. I'd mocked the idea of an afterlife then, considering it a fairy tale for the fearful. I remember calling it a crutch. But now, with the weight of Skylar's absence crushing my lungs, the thought curled around me like a cloak, warm and inviting, even as I struggled with its implications. Evelyn's voice pulled me back. There was a child, 3 years old, he talked about flying planes in World War II, naming battles and places he'd never been. They tracked down records, and he was right. He lived another life. Her words hung in the air, electric and alive, dancing around us like phantoms of our past beliefs. I stared at her, caught between incredulity and yearning. But how? Is this just memory, or some kind of collective consciousness? My heart pounded in my chest, a drumbeat of uncertainty. Or are we just desperate to find meaning in the void? Maybe, she said, her voice trembling. Maybe it's both. The room felt smaller, the air thick with the scent of possibility mixed with dread. Could we really bridge the chasm between what is known and what is feared? I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the mirror of my own anguish. As we sat there, the shadows in the corners seemed to grow, stretching and bending as if they had a life of their own. Outside, the city throbbed with life, cars rushing past, oblivious to the turmoil within those four walls. I could hear the distant sirens wailing, a reminder of the fragility of existence. "Can you feel it?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "The weight of everything we don't understand." Evelyn nodded, her expression pained but resolute. "It's all tied together, the science, the faith, the longing. We're all searching for something, aren't we? Something to hold on to when the darkness closes in." Her words washed over me, a tide of shared grief and desperation. I remember the dreams I'd been having, fragments of memories that weren't mine, flickering images of another life. Faces devoid of names, laughter echoing in the shadows. I remember the cold touch of fear creeping up my spine, the cold sweat on my brow as I'd wake, gasping for breath, torn between two worlds. What if we're all just echoes, bouncing off time? I pondered aloud, unable to shake the sensation that there was something right beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered. We fell into a silence again, the kind that thrummed with unspoken fears, raw and jagged. Time lost its meaning, the clock ticking away as we spiraled deeper into our anguish. I could feel the pull of faith tugging at the edges of my skepticism, like a moth to a flame. It terrified me, yet I couldn't look away. "You think there's a way back?" I finally asked, my heart racing. "Maybe not back," she replied softly, "but forward. Into understanding." In that moment, as the shadows danced and the clock continued its relentless ticking, I felt the fragile threads of our beliefs unraveling, a tapestry of science and spirituality, woven with fear, sorrow, and the desperate need for connection. Evelyn and I, standing together on the precipice, ready to confront the darkness and chase the light. I could see it now, the intersection of life and death, fear and faith, science and religion, a place where the boundaries blurred and the possibilities shimmered in the shadows. It was a haunting dance, the echoes of our search reverberating through the ages, and as we embraced the unknown, I could feel the universe expanding, a vast and terrifying expanse that called us forth into the night. And just like that, as the clock ticked on and the shadows grew longer, we leaned into the uncertainty, ready to confront whatever lay ahead, hand in hand, hearts pounding in unison. The room had grown silent, a suffocating hush that wrapped around her like a vice. Clara stood in front of the old mirror, staring at her reflection, at the hollowed eyes staring back, the remnants of a woman who once laughed without fear. The clock on the wall ticked with an ominous rhythm. Each second felt like a whisper of death, reminding her that time was slipping through her fingers, a sandstorm in slow motion. She could feel it in her bones, that aching truth, she was running out of time. I remember, the word slipped out, a fragile tether to the past. I remember when laughter filled this space. The laughter of her son, Jamie, echoed like a ghost. It had been 2 years since he had left them, 2 years since the world shattered, leaving her to pick up the jagged pieces. She felt the weight of his absence in every heartbeat, every breath. It was a relentless ache, a wound that refused to heal. The shadows danced along the walls, flickering with the soft light of the candle on the dresser, each flame a reminder of the fragility of life. She glanced at the photo beside the candle, a Jamie's goofy grin frozen in time. He had taken it on the day he graduated, full of dreams, full of life. I remember, she whispered, as if whispering could bring him back. The ghosts of what once was surrounded her, taunting her with memories too painful to hold. A soft knock broke through her reverie. It was Sam, her husband, cautious yet heavy with the burden of grief. He entered the room, his eyes betraying the turmoil within. "Clara!" His voice was low, thick with unspoken fears, an echo of a love that felt too small to bridge the chasm between them. "We need to talk." Talk. The word hung between them, as fragile as glass. Could they ever truly talk again? The chasm widened, filled with ungrieved loss, a silence they both feared to breach. "What is there to say?" "Everything," he replied, his voice rough, as if the words were stones lodged in his throat. "We can't keep pretending we're okay." Pretending. The bitterness dripped from her voice, and she turned away from him, back to the mirror, desperate to catch a glimpse of herself in the reflection she barely recognized anymore. "You think I'm pretending?" He stepped closer, shadows clinging to him like memories. "I'm drowning, Clara. I'm drowning in this grief. And you've built a fortress around your pain. It's suffocating us." Her heart raced. "You think I wanted this?" The words exploded from her, raw and jagged. "You think I don't feel it? That every day is a battle to wake up and face a world without him." I know," he shouted, the desperation spilling over, raw and uncontained. "But we can't keep living like this. We need to heal. We need," his voice faltered, the weight of his fear too heavy to carry. "We need to prepare for what comes next." Clara felt the ground shift beneath her. What comes next? A shiver crept up her spine, a chill that whispered of the unknown. Was there truly something beyond this pain? "You want to talk about the afterlife?" The words tasted bitter on her tongue. "I don't know," Sam admitted, his voice trembling, as if the very thought threatened to unravel him. "But I can't keep walking through this nightmare, pretending that nothing matters anymore. We owe it to Jamie." Suddenly, the memories swarmed, Jamie's laughter, the way he would burst into her room, full of life, full of love. Each memory was a blade, slicing open the wound she had buried deep. The thought of letting go was terrifying, it felt like surrendering to the darkness. "I can't let go," she confessed, her voice cracking. "I don't want to forget." "Remembering doesn't mean holding on to pain," he urged, stepping closer until she could feel the warmth of his body against the frigid air. "It means carrying him with us. It means finding a way to honor him. We can't let his memory fade into the shadows." The shadows pressed in, whispers dancing just beyond her reach. Clara looked into Sam's eyes, and for a moment, she saw the flicker of hope. But hope felt fragile, like a moth trapped in a jar, beautiful, but destined to perish in darkness. "I don't know how," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "I don't know how to heal. Maybe healing begins with facing the darkness together. Not just as a couple, but as two broken souls, lost, yet still searching." The air crackled with tension as she considered his words. Could they truly navigate through the pain? Could they find a way to prepare for whatever lay beyond this life? A heavy silence filled the room, thick with the weight of unspoken truths. "I remember," she began again, each word laden with the weight of her sorrow. "I remember his smile, his warmth. I remember the way he made the world brighter. If only I could see him just once more." Just then, the candle flickered violently, casting wild shadows across the walls as if the very room trembled at her words. Clara and Sam stood still, hearts pounding in sync, caught in the haunting moment between life and death, hope and despair. "I feel him here," she whispered, fear lacing her voice, "but it's like he's slipping away." "Maybe he's not slipping away. Maybe he's waiting for us to find our way back to each other, to him," Sam said, his voice unwavering now, each word a lifeline thrown into their stormy sea of grief. "In the end, we must face the shadows together," Clara replied, her heart racing with an intensity she hadn't felt in months. They stood on the precipice of something terrifying, something necessary. The ghosts of their past swirled around them, but for the first time, she felt the fragile tendrils of hope flickering in the dark, a heartbeat against the silence. Without another word, they took each other's hands, gripping tightly, as if to anchor one another against the void. Clara's tears fell like rain, washing away the dust of despair. The room was still cloaked in shadows, yet the light of possibility began to seep in, illuminating their path forward. The clock continued its relentless tick, but in that moment, it felt less like a countdown to an end and more like a heartbeat of renewal. Together, they stepped into the unknown, the shadows behind them whispering promises of healing, as they prepared to confront the afterlife, armed with love, grief, and the flickering flame of hope. The clock ticks loudly in the shadow of the old church, a mechanical heartbeat echoing hollowly against the cracked stone walls. Outside, the world moves on, oblivious, a dance of laughter, love, life. Inside, though, it's a different world, one where silence binds the air like a noose, heavy with grief, disbelief, and unspoken questions. I stand there, staring at the casket, the polished wood glinting under the feeble light, as if inviting me to touch, to feel, to grasp the finality of what lies within. I remember the way she laughed, how it pierced through the mundane with a melody that seemed spun from sunlight itself. Claire. The kind of person whose very presence could fill a room with warmth, who made even the most cynic of hearts believe in love. Yet here I am, standing frozen, drowning in a sea of dread and despair. Her breath, once a soothing whisper, is now a haunting memory, an echo fading into the void of what might have been. I didn't believe it at first, denial wrapped around my heart like a vice. Across the room, Ethan shifts uncomfortably, his hands shoved deep into his pockets as if trying to anchor himself against the tide of sorrow. He's always been the skeptic, the one who scoffed at the notion of an afterlife, who found solace only in the tangible. Yet today, the shadows under his eyes tell a different story, a tale of a man unraveling. I remember the conversations we had over countless cups of coffee, hot steam mingling with laughter and existential musings. "When you're dead, you're just gone," he would say, but now, his voice is thick with uncertainty. I feel it within me, a growing tempest of confusion and rage. What if he was wrong? What if Claire wasn't just gone? An unsettling chill dances down my spine, and I glance around the room, half expecting to see her, alive and vibrant, emerging from the darkness with a smirk on her face, surprise. But reality is cruel, and the truth weighs heavily on my chest. I remember the moment we first discussed what came after. It was a late night, the stars a glimmering tapestry across the vast expanse of sky. "What do you think happens when we die?" I had asked, my voice playful yet probing. Ethan had rolled his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. "We rot in the ground. But Claire, sweet Claire, had interjected with a spark of mischief in her eyes. What if we're just energy? What if we float around like stardust, forever intertwined with the universe? I could almost hear her laughter now, a melody of hope that felt painfully out of reach. Ethan's expression had darkened, shadows lining his jaw as he shook his head. That's poetic, but come on. Life is all we have. But what if life wasn't all? I feel the question clawing at me, begging for answers. As I stand there, the air thick with morning, I want to scream, to demand that someone tell me where she is. Shadows flicker in the corner of my eye, twisting and turning like whispers, secrets waiting to be spoken. I see Ethan, his eyes darting around the room, searching, as if hoping to find some sign, a ghostly echo of Claire to guide him through the fog. Do you think she's somewhere? I find myself asking, my voice trembling, breaking the silence like glass shattering. Ethan stiffens, the tension palpable between us. I don't know, he admits, the vulnerability in his voice cutting deeper than any knife. But I can't help but feel something. Something. The word lingers in the air, pregnant with possibility and terror. It dances around us, taunting both of us with its ambiguity. I want to reach out and grasp it, to pull it close, to find comfort in the unknown. But what if there's nothing there? What if she's truly gone, lost to the void forever? The walls seem to close in, air thickening with every tortured breath. I remember the last time I saw Claire, her smile radiant, her spirit unyielding, the way she'd reach out to touch the fabric of life with grace. I want to scream for her to come back, to break through the veil of death with the same fervor she lived. But she won't. She can't. The tension rises, compressing the space around us until it feels electric, charged. I can see Ethan's mind racing, the conflict etched into his features. Maybe we're all just afraid, he murmurs, almost to himself, his voice catching in his throat. Afraid of being forgotten. Forgotten. The word hangs like a specter, a weight that drags me down. I want to yell, to shake him from this paralysis of fear. What if she's out there, Ethan? What if she's watching us? The thought slips from my lips, raw and desperate. The flickering light dances ominously, shadows leaping like memories through our minds. I don't know, okay, he bursts out, emotion spilling like a fountain, raw and unfiltered. I don't know what happens when we die. I don't know if she's watching or if she's simply gone. His voice cracks, and I feel every ounce of his pain, every ounce of his disillusionment. The air grows heavy, and in that moment, I see the flicker of a flame in his eyes, a glimmer of the belief he so tirelessly defended. It's not just fear, it's hope. The hope that maybe, just maybe, Claire still exists, even in whispers, even in the stars. The tension hangs thick, palpable, as I grasp his gaze, and for the first time, I find a thread of connection through our grief. What if she's not gone? What if she lives on in the choices we make, the love we give? I could feel the heartbeat of the universe throbbing between us, a reminder that even in a secular world, the essence of those we've lost can linger in quiet corners, in the warmth of shared memories. The clock ticks on, and in that old church, the shadows stretch, weaving a tapestry of hope and despair. As we stand on the precipice of belief and doubt, the cosmic dance of life and death twirls around us. Each second echoes like a heartbeat, urging us to confront what lies ahead, to wrestle with what we believe, and to consider the fragile threads that bind us to those we love. I remember, and the weight of it all pulls me deeper into the night, into the void, where questions remain unanswered, and possibilities unfold like the petals of a fragile flower, vibrant against the encroaching darkness. The world outside was suffocated by a downpour, sheets of rain drumming against the pavement like a frantic heartbeat. Inside the dimly lit room, Heather sat cross-legged on the worn, hardwood floor, her breath shallow and rapid. The shadows danced around her, twisting and turning as if caught in an unseen wind. For a moment, she felt untethered, suspended in a moment that held all the weight of despair. A flickering candle cast erratic light on her tear-streaked face, illuminating the battle raging within. She was losing herself, drowning in a torrent of thoughts, fears swirling like autumn leaves caught in a storm. I can't keep doing this, she whispered, as if the walls could somehow absorb her anguish. The air around her felt dense, charged with unspoken words and unresolved hurt. The ghost of her father loomed larger than life, his absence a constant reminder of the fragility of existence. She longed for peace, for stillness, yet her mind was a cacophony of regrets, echoes of long-lost conversations spiraling around her like phantoms. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Daniel stepped inside, his damp clothes clinging to his skin like a second layer of skin. He carried the weight of the world on his shoulders, his own demons clawing at his insides. He glanced at Heather, an electric jolt of recognition passing between them, a silent acknowledgement of shared pain. He approached her, each step deliberate, as if navigating a minefield of emotions, careful not to trigger the rawness bubbling beneath the surface. "Have you tried?" he asked, his voice low, almost a murmur. "Trying is futile," she retorted, bitterness lacing her words. "How do you meditate on a heart that feels like it's been shattered into a million pieces?" "Maybe that's exactly it," he replied, settling beside her, his warmth radiating through the cold air. "Maybe it's in the fragments we find the way to heal." His presence was a balm and a burden all at once. He had faced his own battles, a son lost to addiction, forever etched in the recesses of his mind. The guilt weighed heavily on him, a chain that refused to rust. He wanted to mend not just himself but also Heather. Yet, the thought of opening old wounds terrified him. "I remember," she began, her voice trembling, "the first time I tried to meditate. It felt like floating in a sea of chaos. I wanted to find peace, but all I could hear was the storm inside me. Maybe," he whispered, "the storm is necessary. Maybe it shows us where to look." Outside, the rain intensified, a violent symphony that rattled the windows. The room felt smaller, air thickening, pressing down on them. As if the universe was listening, waiting, judging. Could meditation really prepare their souls for the weight they carried? Could it be the lifeline they desperately needed in a world spiraling into darkness? Heather closed her eyes, the shadows behind her eyelids swirling like ink in water. "I can't escape the past. It haunts me," his laughter, the way he held me as a child. A shudder ran through her, memories crashing over her like waves. "And now he's gone, and here I am, lost." "Lost is a heavy word," Daniel said, searching for the right phrases. "What if you don't have to find yourself? What if you just need to accept where you are?" His words hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting them. Silence enveloped them, thick and oppressive, as their thoughts interwove like a tapestry of grief and hope. Heather's heart raced, raw vulnerability spilling over the edges. "I remember nights when I could hear him calling my name," she said, voice barely above a whisper, the soft tremor breaking through the calm. "It felt like he was still here, still watching over me. And now," she paused, tears spilling over, each drop a weighty testament to her pain. "Now I feel like a ghost too." He reached for her hand, fingers intertwining, grounding them in the storm that swirled beyond the walls. Meditation isn't just about silence. It's about facing the echoes, those whispers of the past. As they breathed together, the air shifted. The rhythmic pulse of their breaths became a heartbeat of its own, a lifeline they clung to. In that moment, the tension cracked like glass, shards flying into the void, leaving a terrifying yet exhilarating sensation behind. "I remember," she said again, "how it felt to be whole, to not carry this weight. Then let's take it one breath at a time." Daniel's voice, steady and soothing, filled the space between them. "Breathe in the memories, good and bad. Let them wash over you like the rain. Then breathe out the pain." Outside, the storm raged on, but inside, a flicker of possibility ignited. This moment, this shared silence, was a beginning, a fragile promise that maybe, just maybe, they could rise from the ashes of their brokenness. In the depths of their shared despair, a flicker of light sparked. Time danced on the edges of their consciousness, echoes of the past intertwining with the present, a cosmic reminder that everything was connected. Their breaths came in a rhythm, a pulse that resonated deeper than anything they could articulate. "I can't promise it will be easy," Heather confessed, her voice trembling but unwavering. "But I need you to help me remember who I was before the storm. "I'll be right here," he vowed, and for the first time, she believed him. The clock ticked softly in the background, each second a reminder of their fragile existence, yet also a call to embrace this moment. They were alive, engulfed in the storm yet finding solace in the chaos. Together, they began to breach the surface, reaching for something intangible, something cosmic, a connection that felt as ancient as the stars above. The rain outside softened, a gentle patter that mirrored the quieting of their hearts. And as they breathed, the storm inside started to settle, the echoes receding, replaced by a stillness that felt almost sacred. They were on the brink of something profound, a truth hidden within the layers of their pain, waiting to be unveiled. The tension between them tightened, a blend of hope and uncertainty, as they ventured deeper into the void of their emotions, a treacherous path illuminated only by the flickering flame of their candle. Time stood still, and in that suspended moment, perhaps they could find the soul preparation they desperately sought, through meditation, through mindfulness, through each other. And so, they breathed. Together. In the storm. In the silence. In the heart of the chaos, they began to awaken. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of rain-soaked earth and the bitter tang of fear. A storm crackled overhead, each lightning flash revealing fleeting glimpses of the chaos within me. I stood there, feet planted in the mud, the world around me a swirling tempest. Sirens wailed like lost souls, drowning out the rhythm of my thoughts. I remember the night so vividly, the way the sky ripped open, spilling forth a torrent that mirrored my own inner turmoil. "Don't go, please. Don't leave me." The words clawed at my throat, raw and desperate. My sister, Clara, stood before me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a mirror of my own anguish. She was slipping away, fading like the last light of day, and I could do nothing but watch. Each breath she took was a gasp against the ever-encroaching darkness. I remember the way the rain hammered against the pavement, relentless and unforgiving. It was as if the world itself mourned, each drop a tear falling for the lives we had yet to live. I could feel it in my bones, life was a fragile thread, and death lurked like a shadow, waiting for its moment. I reached for her hand, but the moment I touched her skin, it felt cold, an echo of the warmth that once thrived there. "Where do you think you're going?" I said, my voice a whisper, trembling. It echoed in the storm, lost among the cries of thunder. There was a crack in the universe, a divide so vast that it seemed impossible she could cross it. "To find him," she replied, her voice barely more than a breath. My heart sank. Henry, the ghost of her past, the love lost in the abyss of time and fate. They said love never dies, but in that moment, I saw the truth. Love was a cruel, relentless beast, gnawing at the edges of our souls, leaving nothing but hollow shells behind. I remember the fleeting warmth of her laughter, now drowned beneath the weight of regrets and unfulfilled dreams. "Clara, please," I begged. "Stay here with me. We can fight this together." But she was already retreating into the shadows, her gaze distant, focused on something just beyond my reach. I felt the ground shift beneath me, pulling me down into an abyss of despair. I was losing her, and with her, the last tether to my own fragile existence. The storm raged on, but it was the storm within me that screamed the loudest. I could taste the salt of my tears mingling with the rain, a bitter reminder of what I stood to lose. I remember the way the world around us blurred, the lights of the city pulsing like a heartbeat, each flicker a reminder of life, of hope, yet here we were, standing on the edge of oblivion. "Clara, you have to fight," I urged, a primal scream clawing its way up from my gut. The dark humor of the situation clawed at the corners of my mind, whispering that we were mere actors in a cosmic joke. We deluded ourselves into thinking we had control, but the universe laughs. Life is a one-way ticket, and death the final curtain. She turned to me, eyes shimmering like shards of glass, and I saw the reflection of my own fear staring back. "What if there's more?" she whispered, her voice a fragile thread in the wind. "What if we're just on the brink of something greater?" The words hung in the air, a tantalizing promise wrapped in uncertainty. What lay beyond the veil? A reunion? A reckoning? Or an endless void, swallowing every whisper of existence? I remember losing myself in the question, suspended between hope and despair, the thought so intoxicating that it almost dulled the pain of her fading presence. As the storm broke around us, I felt the world shift, time bending like a broken clock. My mind flickered back to memories of better days. We were children, chasing fireflies in the twilight, hearts full of laughter, untouched by the burdens of mortality. But that innocence was a distant star, dimming against the vastness of the darkening sky. "Promise me," Clara breathed. "Promise me you won't follow. Promise me you'll live." Her words cut deeper than any blade. I wanted to scream that life without her felt like a hollow whisper, but the truth clawed at my throat. I couldn't bear the thought of her crossing over, leaving me adrift in a world where shadows devoured the light. "I will fight for you," I cried, desperation spilling like blood from an open wound. "I won't let you go." The storm seemed to echo my words, a crack of thunder rumbling through the air. And in that moment, the winds howled in response, as if the universe itself were bearing witness to our anguish. Clara swayed, a ghostly figure in the chaos, and I reached out, fingertips grazing her skin once more, hoping to anchor her back to me. But the connection slipped through my fingers like grains of sand, and she smiled, a bittersweet curve of lips that spoke of acceptance. "Then let me go," she said softly, the storm silencing for just a heartbeat. "Let me be free." The world around me fell away, a kaleidoscope of memories and dreams blurring into a singularity of loss. I watched as she transformed, the rain washing her essence into the storm, leaving behind only the echo of her laughter. I stood alone in the tempest, a witness to the unfathomable, the unimaginable, as Clara became one with the cosmos, a star flickering in the night. And in that silence, I cradled my grief, the heavy weight of it pressing down on my chest, suffocating yet strangely beautiful. I knew she would always be with me, a part of the very fabric of my soul, woven into the tapestry of life and death. The storm raged, but I remained, a vessel of memories, a flickering flame against the darkness, standing resolute against the encroaching night. I remember.